Welcome everybody to the Area 111 live stream. This is your host RH. Again, coming at you from Central Florida, here in this beautiful, rainy, sunshiny state of Florida. We get tropical storms here. Tropical weather. That's a good thing. Um, so tonight we're going to talk about the U.S. Space Force outer frontier and credibility. Okay, credibility as far as keywords, and in key figures. I'm pretty sure the president of the United States is a key figure in the United States of America and around the world. You know, well known and well liked by many people. I would say billions of people love Trump, whether you like Trump or not. It still remains the fact that many people love the man, Donald John Trump. So, anyways, we're picking up on those vibes, and all this stuff, and they want, everything put out there, the list, and whether it endangers the lives of victims or not, they want it. They want it now. They want it now, right? So, yeah, it's going to be released, not in the time frame that everybody out there shouting the loudest basically is going to like. A lot of this stuff is ridiculous, you know what I mean? But what they love to do, if you don't basically parrot their narratives, what do? They go after you, right? They go after your credibility. They try to dehumanize and dehumanize those of us that are just trying to put out the truth and try to get everybody not to be divided. That's the favorite tactic of that guy in the red leotards, pitchfork, and horns. Divide and conquer. Divide and conquer. How many times do you think they learned by now? They got these Mockingbird media questions. They got the gotcha question, right? That's really all they are. They really haven't changed much. That's not working for the American people. That's not free press. When they're paid, literally paid, in many cases by dark budgets to put out or be part of a psychological warfare operations against the American people, which includes propaganda. They don't care. They don't care if they destroy the credibility of somebody else that has credible information. The president and his family, direct family, knows firsthand, and they're credible enough that we should learn from what they've done to them and what they've exposed. The lawfare, you name it, it's ridiculous. So, we all have families, right? We all have families, and we don't want knuckleheads out there just because they don't like what you have to say, going out there trying to dehumanize you or discredit you, and they don't even know you, right? They've attacked this channel really hard. Going up. It's going on 2 years now, since 2022. Basically, it was August 10th when we did a live stream. There were some live streams prior to that, but we traveled to Mar-a-Lago after the illegal raid on Mar-a-Lago. Remember, that was a criminal operation to go into Mar-a-Lago to see what documents or dirt that was stored there on them. So that's the reason why they set up a TFR to basically, they set up an engagement or an assault operation TFR over Mar-a-Lago. And the first individual out there that basically was informing us, that they changed the TFR. Be honest with you, I didn't even think about it, but I do know I have history of talking about TFRs. But they literally set up an assault operation and they changed the parameters of the TFR to allow it to happen. Merrick Garland, he approved the authorization of lethal force. Lethal force. They also had parameters of the operation where people in certain agency or agencies, whatever, they could not basically have any visible identification of where they worked or who they worked for. Okay? So that basically, that puts, the U.S. Secret Service out there, the detail that was already there protecting that property and a certain type of storage facility. I won't go into it much, but that endangered lives. Then because if you are charged, you're the security detail, your primary protectee, pretty much the most vital protectee for our country, even when he was former president, he was still one of the most vital protectees ever in the U.S. Secret Service history. And if President Trump doesn't end up being categorized as the best president in the U.S. history, that's not because of him, what he has failed to do. It's because their dehumanization campaign and propaganda campaign against the president, his family members, and his associates. So I've been watching this stuff and basically researching this stuff for quite a long time. Me personally. So when I started picking up some information about these operations, far as, let's just say, evil operations, I basically started to pay really close attention. Now, their operation to take down President Trump nearly mirrored the operation to take down President Kennedy, John F. Kennedy. I can go through all the specifics, all the details, but who am I? Just believe RH here is just another nobody, some Joe Schmo, right? I'm not credible. Go ahead and keep on believing that. So what do you got to do when somebody basically puts all the a lot of dots together and they try to share the information to hold certain individuals accountable and to keep from something from ever happening? Far as negative towards the safety of others. What do they have to do? They have to discredit you, right? Oh, you're not going to embarrass us. You're not going to embarrass us. See, I think there was a whole law written about that. They had to go in and protect whistleblowers, but they're still doing it and getting away with it. I mean, they have the full force. They had the full force, let's say, and pretty much they still have, because the majority of these people that are left over, they were there from before Trump got in office the first time. They were there when Trump was a former president of the United States, and they're still there now. Bureaucrats, you know what I mean? People that tried to take him down from the very beginning by trying to dehumanize the man. and basically slander him, defame him in any way they could. Putting out sick stuff. I mean, Kathy Griffin stuff. I'm not going to go into the details of all this stuff. But their operation to take down President Trump was almost identical to what they did to President Kennedy. Remember, before he came to Dallas, Texas on November 22nd of 1963. They had wanted posters with JFK's picture on it, basically calling him a traitor because he colluded with Russia to basically stave off a nuclear holocaust. That point alone pretty much seals President JFK as one of the best presidents in the world history, because he helped stave off a nuclear holocaust. So remember, they had wanted posters. Mark Kinson, whatever, he was one of the richest guys in the world. He helped that propaganda campaign against President Kennedy, right? And those wanted posters, you have to basically align those with what the intel community did to President Trump while he was still campaigning for president back in 2016. In 2016, they were basically saying that President Trump was a Russian agent, that President Trump was treasonous. They were all parroting the same thing. They all went with it. They don't care, right? They were getting their payday. They were being paid to put out their scripts, and that should change, by the way. It's really amazing that they're still doing this today. And they're getting away with it still. So they did the exact same thing. They used that playbook. You had these top level officials in the 3-letter agencies basically all back it up. You know what I mean? Stand by. And if I was the president of the United States, obviously I'm not, but if I was, I sure as heck wouldn't want to be dwelling on this stuff all the time. But if you got the information, why don't we do this? Put out a non-disclosure agreement. Hey, we're on top of it. We're looking into it. Give us time, whatever. That's fine. That's fine. I could deal with that. And, sending people to your house to do a wellness check and interrogate you and interrogate your neighbors, make it look like somebody's a Fruit Loop, like RH, to destroy the credibility. That's what it was all about. I basically, because I had personal interest involved in researching JFK, because my grandmother, great grandmother, and grandfather, they flew the flag of freedom. They were flying that the day that President Kennedy was shot and killed in Dallas, Texas. And I know there's more to it than that. The angry, disgruntled, anti-Castro crowd and all that stuff. I've looked into it quite a bit. But The day that they killed the president of the United States in broad daylight, where the whole world could see it. Broad daylight, where the whole world could see it. Kind of like remembers of the attempt on J13, doesn't it? The whole world was going to see it. Even CNN was there, right? With their high shutter speed cameras, right? Even they were there. They didn't show up for like the past 92 or whatever rallies. They just showed up for that one. Remember, like they showed up when they raided Roger Stone's home? They were all there, right? All setting. The cameras are already rolling. So what did they have to do? They had to send somebody over my home to shut me up and scare me, right? So I'm kept in a box. I'm kept in a box. They basically get warrants like they did President Trump, the fraudulent FISA court application based on fraudulent information. Oh, this is a matter of national security. They interrogated me in my own home, in my own dining room. Oh, we're sorry. The questions that we got was from headquarters in D.C. We're sorry. We've all been asked these questions before they started to roll with the questions, right? Because I was trying to share information. They didn't want to hear it because they knew, in my opinion, already knew who I was trying to warn them about so they could actually do their job. In my opinion, if they had listened to more of us, Corey would still be alive. And that horrific shooting would have never happened. If there's a breach in your inner circle as far as these three-letter agencies, there's a breach. And there's another operation going on, covert operation going on, that's been going on since basically 2016, nonstop, in my opinion. Remember, the same people are at it. They're still there. Just because we got Pam Bondi, or President got Pam Bondi in office, as Attorney General, and they got Kash Patel in as the FBI director, and you got Dan Bongino as the deputy director of the FBI, and you got Kristi Noem as the she's the I get Kristi Noem mixed up and another one mixed up. I think Kristi Noem, is she the CIA director? No, or the DNI? I can't remember which. I get the Secretary of Homeland Security mixed up with the National Security Advisor. But anyways, it's kind of funny, we had like 4 or 5 viewers, and then we're only down to one other viewer, but besides myself. I hope y'all at least got to watch the place card holder video on Rumble. But I will get into Space Force. But anyways, yeah. It's crazy how they flip everything around on and accuse President Trump of doing exactly what they've done in the past so they can take over the investigations and destroy all the evidence on themselves. The J6 Unselect Committee, right, was a prime example of that. We know who they are. They couldn't just roll with that the American people elected President Trump, I say 3 times, right? They couldn't just roll with it, right? No, there was too much at stake for that, right? As far as their personal financial interests are concerned. That's the main motive right there. The money. That's the main motive. Their personal financial interest. Or getting in positions of power or higher power. So, anyways, I had basically bullet points before they showed up. I called up the U.S. Secret Service headquarters in 2018 to report what I thought was a conspiracy to take down our president. And they didn't act on it. They didn't want to hear what information I had to keep their protectee safe. So about 2 weeks later, a week later, 2 weeks later, I called them back again. They asked me if I wanted an interview. All I wanted to do is pass on the information I had collected over all these years, right? The Philippines is involved. Leaking classified phone calls was involved. There was a lot of things involved. In my opinion, mobilizing terror cells into certain countries to try, to get situations where they are in a vulnerable situation, a vulnerable, a soft target situation. They refuse to take the information I have, and that's their job, by the way. Pretty much every senior military official, whether senior non-commissioned officers or officers, they are trained in what's called protection of the president. I was trained on protection of the president. If you hear or see or whatever of any information that believes it threatens, the president of the United States, you're supposed to report it. That's your duty. That's uniform code of military justice. If you're out there protecting a detail, your primary job is protecting the detail, not worried about what the visual effects of it is, or worried about anything else. Your primary duty is, if your primary protectee is vulnerable, you got to take him out of that vulnerability. And just like the First Lady said, why did they let him go up on stage? Well, President Trump is the type of guy, he'd have probably said, I'm going up there whether you like it or not. Because that's just the way he is. He can't be deterred by every single threat that's out there. But that's the job of the U.S. Secret Service and law enforcement. Not just the U.S. Secret Service. They were supposed to work together. There's criminal negligence involved, but that was just extremely careless to allow that to happen, right? Word association. That was just extremely careless, nothing to see there. Oh, we're going to give them some more training. You think about it. The director of the U.S. Secret Service never even reviewed a site security plan. Is that extremely careless or criminally negligent? I don't want to see what y'all put together. I don't want to see it. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil, right? Plausible deniability. Plausible deniability. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. We don't want to talk about it. You know, when you conspire to kill the president of the United States or overthrow the U.S. government, you become a traitor. I don't care if you like this current administration or not, or if you hate them or you love them. If you conspire for whatever reason to overthrow the government of the United States of America, whether you like that government or not, you committed treason. You should be going under military tribunals. Military tribunals. You don't get to say, well, I plead the fifth. I got other places to go. I got a plane waiting for me. I got to go on vacation. You don't get to use plausible deniability. What's the staff judge advocate judge going to tell you? Answer the question. Are you going to be contempt of the military tribunal? Answer the question. This would stop this stuff right now. They keep on pushing. Why? They keep on going about the same old PSYOPs operation. Remember, they even admitted they were using the PSYOPs operation that was developed by DARPA to counter ISIS propaganda. Remember? So leaking classified phone calls between President Trump and the president of the Philippines, and there was something in common that they were fighting. And in my opinion, I wasn't read into the operations, but I do believe they were working together to stop trafficking certain types of trafficking. So let's just use a broader category: trafficking. Use your imagination what trafficking entails. There's different types of trafficking in a broader category. They didn't like that. They had somebody else they wanted to put in place, right? So they leaked that confidential phone call, endangering the life of the president. Endangering the life of the president. That's what they did. That was the IC that did that. They even knew that was against the law. They didn't leak the phone call between Trump and Zelensky because they knew, hey, they were probably warned. You do this again, we're going to have you arrested. So what did they do? You had people like Schiff going out there creating parodies, right? Not parables, parodies. Remember that? Lying. They even basically got Devin Nunes. He was the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee. They had them step down because they falsely accused him of ethics violations. Remember that? Because he's working to stop this stuff. He was doing his job. Wait a minute. This wasn't what happened. You know what I mean? He was read into the classification, but remember, they wasn't giving those briefings and they weren't giving that information what they were putting out there because Nunes and everybody else would know exactly what they're doing, that these were lies that they're putting out there. Part of their psychological warfare operations against the president of the United States. So believe me, there's a whole lot. Now, I'm just asking the question. I don't know how many people out there that How many people believe out there that ISIS operatives, Islamic State of Syria, right? ISIS operatives are basically fluent in written and spoken Oxford English. How many? I don't know of any ISIS operatives, be honest with you, let alone know how many of them can speak and write perfect Oxford English. How many ISIS operatives were mobilized into the Philippines after they leaked President Trump's classified phone call and endangered his life and anybody else that went with him to travel to Manila? Remember, they knew all those trips that President Trump was going to take, right? I forgot the business there. You had former presidents know about it. You got the intel operation know about it. You got the intel operation going on that they knew his travels, his real-time locations, if he was going or if he canceled. I'm just saying. I'm a nobody. Discredit me. That's fine. Go ahead. So, shadow ban it, right? Shadow ban it so nobody can get the information. They can deem whether it's credible or not. It's already happened. One man died. We want to prevent it from happening ever again. The only way to prevent things like that from ever happening again from these criminals, these sick people, their hatred basically gets them to do things that is probably the most evilest things we've ever seen in the history of our planet. They don't care. Their hatred's basically taken over their own spirit. And they've been possessed by these evil spirits or legion or whatever you call them, right? You got the legion movement out there. Oh, we're legion now, right? I'm talking about the legion that Yeshua cast out of that wild man, remember? Don't send us to the abyss. So anyways, I kept looking at this information and things started to line up the way, and it got me really worried. I do believe you talk about this stuff, and I pray. We have to pray. Believe in the power of prayer, because I do believe that people talk enough about evil, it could come to pass. When you get that thought in your mind, pray that God puts a hedge of protection around President Trump, his family members and associates, around our country, and all of us, to help keep us all safe. We don't want any innocent people being killed anywhere, let alone the President of the United States. Remember the setups, the fake kidnappings and all that stuff that they worked on? They said, okay, whatever. I don't even go through all the you might say it's circumstantial information, but it all ties together. So that when I opened up that ISIS operatives, he belonged to a cell that was mobilized. When was that guy mobilized into the Philippines, by the way? When was he mobilized? When was he informed that Trump was going to be there actually on that day? What time? When was that cell notified? Who mobilized that cell into the Philippines to be there and ready before the president's arrival? Why would an ISIS guy go out there and put a picture of Lee Harvey Oswald on a social media page and basically write on the social media, I'm going to take one for the team, lads? How many American citizens do you know uses the term lads or laddies? I don't know. I don't know any American citizen. Might call me a dumb rube. I mean, I'm not acquainted with these Ivy College people, right? You know, especially if they're in politics, because wow, they're looking at this guy. Oh, he's from that low rent district. We want to be seen anywhere around the guy. Well, that's fine. Maybe I'm better off that way. So you got that problem. So, it kind of like gets you go, well, this is a lone wolf. And that's what they started out with. Wait a minute. He's an ISIS operative, but he's not, he's a lone wolf. Well, why you call him an ISIS operative for then? He belongs to an organization, right? So all these red flags are going off. Remember, they leaked that phone call. I think it was in April of 2017. So the U.S. Secret Service got notified, whatever they were ready for, to stop it from happening. The guy was arrested, I think, before it could get close enough. Hey, my hats go off to the U.S. Secret Service and everyone behind that operation to capture that guy. But it still doesn't address how this was all set up, how Butler was set up, how the golf course was set up, and all the other attempts that we probably don't even know about. God only knows how many other attempts there were. Oh, it's all conspiracy theory. Newsweek put out an article. Okay. You can go read the Newsweek article. Let me see if I can. Well, I can't do it because I don't have a studio. So if I go to a source reference page and do a search for it. By the way, go out there and read it. I'm pretty sure it was in Newsweek. I think it was in the line of danger or line of fire or something like that. That was the article called, where the U.S. Secret Service basically talked to a Newsweek journalist to put that information out there. Don't blame RH. Don't blame RH. I'm just curious. And hey, I love all those people out there, USSS and the three-letter agencies. That's CIA, FBI, DHS, whatever agency you belong to, DOD, men and women in uniform that are out there every day risking their lives to help keep us all safe. Say for example, they just nipped the ear to President Trump. Maybe it didn't even nip the ear, and they stopped the guy. That doesn't change the fact the guy was up there on the building for plenty of time for Trump to be ushered off that stage. Plenty of time. If you basically cut the communications, right? If you cut the communications, and you got to investigate it. Who cut the communications? I mean, it's ridiculous. As the president's speaking, you can actually see him run across those rooftops, right? And get in position. I think they had like 20 minutes. Oh, we got a guy here. Oh, he was flying drones. He's got a rangefinder. All that stuff they knew, right? there's supposed to be a movie or something, or a what do you call those documentaries that I think was supposed to be released today, that they have forensic evidence, basically of the of a second shooter. Okay, I'm going to bring this up again. Remember, this van was spotted on that back road during that tree line. Remember the tree I keep talking about? No one can see the forest for the tree. No one can see the forest for the tree, right? And a lot of people believe it was the tower. A lot of people believe it's the tower. So what happened to that van? They said that van had explosives in it, right? That van was parked near the tree line. As far as I know, I don't think Crooks could basically drive a van and his car at the same time. So what does that mean? So there's two other people, right, involved? Just two other people involved with Ruth, right? They said Crooks acted alone, right? I don't believe they've tied anybody else to that. So, yeah, what happened to that van? Someone has a picture of that van on that tree line behind the AGC, right? American Glass Research Company, whatever they call that building or that business that's in there. American Glass Research Company, right? So, yeah, they have the photograph of that. And then this van shows up later on, I guess, somewhere between Butler and Crooks' home. At least that's what I believe. But they stopped talking about that van at all. It's like, man, they were disappointed, so they stopped talking about all the information alone. They thought they were going to be successful, whoever they were. And I don't believe for 1 second that it was just Crooks involved. Well, maybe that's not telling the whole truth, nothing but the truth, So help me God. Maybe I did think more than 1 second that Crooks could have been a lone wolf that was going to take one for the team, lads. Right? I don't know that guy's name, the ISIS operative that tried. Where's he at? Did they basically release him from prison? I don't know. Oh, by the way, I think it's kind of, some people may say it's circumstantial, but the President Duarte, whether you like him or not, whether you think he was involved in human rights abuses or whatever, because he was, some people couldn't traffic their whatever. That's illegal in America. Whatever they're trafficking, right? They got really mad. They was really angry. Yeah. So that's probably the reason why they basically, hey, you even send in brown shirts, right? To warn other major social media influencers. Oh, don't listen to this guy. Cut him off. Be disrespectful. Get him frustrated. You know what I mean? He's not credible. He's not credible. But everybody that's never even had a professional career out of stuff like I'm talking about, but they're credible, right? But they're the credible individuals. They have nothing. They have no knowledge. It's like you talk about the U.S. Space Force, and U.S. Space Force Command. Then you got the Space Force, the new branch of government. I mean, it was back in 2009. I was basically put out a proposition that we should add uh, two new branches of the armed forces, Space Force and um, subterranean force. Because there's wars that start from underneath the ground covertly. There's wars that start that. Let's just use example. We had these people, these special forces operatives in Vietnam, right? Their job was to clear out tunnels, and they're like really short individuals, right? Really short, small individuals, and they could run through those tunnels without even stooping down, right? They could run through those tunnels and do something to help the military conflict or whatever. So people are chosen for their abilities for certain type of jobs, right? So, anyways, that they pick journalists, they subvert journalists or whatever, or they got journalists on their payroll. We've already talked about that Special Activity Center, Political Action Group. They got actual compartmental teams. One team will give a certain intel briefing to one presidential candidate. The other one will give it to another one. See? So the person they're briefing to, they can't see the operations that are happening on both sides. So obviously, if their favorite candidate, and they don't just work on foreign operations, they work to influence elections in the United States of America as well. And we've already proved that by what's already come out. There's no secret there. They're working to influence elections inside our country as well as outside our country. But this time they've really been exposed. Well, since basically 2016, they've really been exposed. There's nothing. Don't blame RH. Don't get mad at RH. RH is just putting out information. You don't have to accept it. You could try. Oh, who is he? He ain't no 4-star general. He ain't the president of the United States. Obviously, he's just a dumb rube. Okay, keep on believing that. That's fine. That's your opinion. You basically try to destroy my reputation. Try to basically get my own family against me, my neighbors, and don't even have the common decency to apologize. That's all I ask for is apology. I do really believe that if they would have taken this information, I didn't trust anybody in the protectee business. I did not trust anyone. Trust but verify. Anyone, the director or whoever that's in charge of that organization, I didn't trust that individual as well. Because remember, the raid on Mar-a-Lago. So who put it together? They had to notify the U.S. Secret Service, whatever, right? No, that's really bold. That happened August, what was it? August 8th of 2022? August 8th of 2022. That's really bold. Set up a assault operation on Mar-a-Lago. See, they were confident. They had all the people in the right places, right? Even while the president was in office. He had to put up with that BS. The American citizens had to put up with that BS as well. A lot of good people went to prison for these evil criminals. Peter Navarro, for one, whether you like Steve Bannon or not. Another one, I remember Catherine Engelbrecht and Greg Phillips and people that were basically exposing what has happened, all this evil that has happened, all these crimes, to include treason. You know, I was told, you didn't go to jail, did you? Well, that makes everything all right, don't it? Go in and interrogate somebody, flip the script on that individual because you didn't like what he's going to share, refuse to take the information, right? Refuse to take the information, try to look like I was a danger to myself and others, went around and interrogated everybody else in my neighborhood. I just moved here. You know, if I had U.S. Secret Service agents at my door and they basically knocked on it, listen, we got a problem here. We got your neighbor. We do believe he's a danger to himself and others. Do you have any information that could help us try to put the guy in a loony bin and give him one of those skull and bone injections? Like in the movie with Paul Walker? When they tore down the serpent mascot, remember that one? Yeah, go watch it. It's pretty good. It's a very informative movie. Interrogate my family members. Even now. And they said, we'll be watching you before they left. And then I call back one of the individuals I'm talking about. I didn't say that. Why? Because the phones were being tapped in? What about all the attempts to reach out to a former supervisor of the U.S. Secret Service? Just ignore the emails, or didn't see the emails. Oh, he's just a Joe Schmo, right? He's just a Joe Schmo, a loser. You don't even know me, dude. I don't care what your job was. Even if you're in or out of that organization, if you get information that you deem to be credible or not, you're supposed to basically report it. Nobody would. What they would do was they would commence to try to destroy my life. Oh, quit crying, RH. You wasn't thrown in jail or prison. It makes everything all right. Everything should just go away, RH. Right off in the sunset with your no gains at all. And let my own daughter think that way about me? Destroy my name and just walk away, and that's all right. President Trump said, remember, they're coming after you, and I'm just standing in the way. Do you think they ever told President Trump that I was trying to get information to him? I tried to even get it to Jared Kushner. I had a friend that knew Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump. Couldn't get that way either. Couldn't get through that way either. Who was that guy? Oh, he's just some crazy guy, believes in God. No, he hears things, and no, he hears voices, right? He hears voices. Don't worry about that guy. So they dehumanize you, right? They lie about you doing something that they have done themselves or were part of. That's the reason why they have to discredit people like that. Oh, you're not a journalist. Come on now. Do we seriously believe these people working for the Mockingbird Media are real journalists? Or they're propaganda queens and kings, reading the scripts that they're told to read, that they're paid to read? Which one? Yeah, some of them are legitimate. I give thumbs up, a hat tip to John Solomon out there. Lara Logan. You know, there's a bunch of, I get the names mixed up. There's two Lars out there. One Lara, and that's the one I'm talking about. She was basically held captive, if I remember correct. You know, why don't, see, I've been like a freelance journalist investigating this stuff since 2008. I wasn't even in politics. And even if I was or not, if I heard of a threat or I researched something which made me believe that the president of the United States is in danger, I would have reported it. It doesn't matter who the president is. If you don't like the president, you just got to sit it out for 4 years, right? Or try to basically work to try to impeach him if you actually got legitimate articles of impeachment and they're not a bunch of fraudulent propaganda like the phone call and everything else. Remember when they basically falsely accused Trump of being a Russian agent and said he was treasonous? They put up those posters basically all over the internet pretty much. It wasn't identical to what they did to President John F. Kennedy, but it's the same MO. It's the same operation. The exact same. Oh, we got rid of Kennedy this way. We can get rid of President Trump that way, right? But see, the problem was with Kennedy, he was still too popular, right? Because he's like a populist president. So they had a problem. They got like-minded people in that same old echo chamber, and they put it all together. This is the exact same thing they did to Trump. So, and they're going to take Brennan in and basically have him investigated? How? Remember, they used plausible deniability, right? He lied multiple times to this. He lied to Congress multiple times already. So that's what they're going to try to get him on? Well, I got plausible deniability. We talk about something, we got to go into a secret chamber. The SCIF. No, he should be part of military tribunals. Comey in the seashell formation, Mr. Comey, right? Who put together the presidential funding for Obama that he ordered the surveillance on Donald Trump? And they not only, in my opinion, they ordered the surveillance on Donald Trump, they also outsourced that surveillance on Donald Trump. President Trump or former President Trump or Mr. President Trump campaigning to be president. So no apologies at all. You know, if I was a multi-billionaire or whatever, and I had the ability to get what do you call it? A representative in legal terms, and I filed a lawsuit, and I found out who was behind trying to falsely imprison me, make me look not falsely imprisoning me, putting me in a prison or jailhouse. They were going to put me in a funny farm. Well, we'll take you there, RH, and in 24 hours they'll decide whether they need to keep you or not. Just like that movie Skull and Bones. The Skull and Bones movie with Paul Walker. I'd highly advise people go check out that movie. It gives you a little bit of insight, right? Remember when some of us were talking about, remember the other attempt to overthrow Trump? Oh, by the way, during that whole Russia stuff, one of Robert Mueller, remember Robert Mueller was the FBI director under the Biden administration until 2013. A lot of things happened during that time frame that Robert Mueller knows about. And let's see, because of certain family activities, if you will, I kind of learned about Robert Mueller a long time ago from a former credible source, former governor of the state of Florida. Oh, all right, you're some trailer trash out there somewhere in the Everglades. Who are you? You ain't got nobody. You don't know nobody. He's a lone wolf, right? Governor Bob Graham from the state of Florida, during the 9/11 criminal investigation, Bob Graham was the Senate Intelligence Committee chairman, helping to oversee that criminal investigation of 9/11. Bob Graham called the former FBI director, Robert Mueller, aggressively deceptive during the 9/11 criminal investigation. Aggressively deceptive. So do you think during that operation to overthrow Trump that they're going to let you have their devices so the Congress can oversee that operation where they tried to overthrow our president? What is one of Robert Mueller's main purviews given to him by Rod Rosenstein? What was one of Robert Mueller's main purviews? This is all ties together, by the way. To find ways that Donald Trump could obstruct justice and report it back to Rod Rosenstein so they could put together their little operation, right? That ties in with a coup to overthrow, or the broader criminal conspiracy to overthrow our duly elected government. That's why they went after Trump's family members so hard. They knew they weren't guilty in any crimes. They've been in business for decades. Their businesses were reputable. They had a name to protect. But be damned about my name. If I got a name, I'm just a I'm just trailer trash, right? I'm not a multi-millionaire or billionaire. I guarantee these people will be crawling up to my front doorstep to help me out. Hell, they might even do pro bono. Uh, uh, what do you call that? Pro bono. Yeah, there's certain things I don't talk about as far as awareness, and I was aware of a lot of those things. I made myself aware of some of those things. So think about it. You can look him up. Bob Graham, Florida Governor Bob Graham. He wrote books about it. Remember? He wrote books about it. Remember, he was the one that was going to get those 17 pages declassified, right? Bob Graham, not Robert Mueller. Hey, great to see you, Canito. So I'm trying to stay focused tonight. So in case the right people, some of the right people come in and, you know, yes, we know what they did. And that's the reason why, in my opinion, they picked Robert Mueller. So remember, let's go back to the obstruction traps that they set up for Trump. Remember how they went after Trump's family members? They did everything they could to get Trump to go, you know what? I've had enough. I'm going to fire all of you. And you have people like Lindsey Graham, right? The senator of South Carolina. I got some tidbit information about Lindsey Graham. Remember, I was stationed at my last duty station when I was in the United States Air Force. Was at Shaw Air Force Base, South Carolina. So remember, Lindsey Graham's been around a long time, a long time. I've written him letters. I actually sent that proposal of a United States Super Force, two new branches, Space Force and subterranean. Because, you know, subterranean operations, you need people that are basically highly skilled in those operations as well. You know, you can't rely totally on the Army or the Navy as far as subterranean is concerned because of the vast areas that, in, you know, we're talking about subterranean of the seafloor, right? Subterranean under lakes, rivers, streams, whatever. Subterranean over land, subterranean under mountains, under granite mountains, tunnels like you know what, you know, like they had in Iran. You know, there's a lot of. I typed up a small proposal and sent it. I faxed it. I can't remember. That was around the 2000. Let's see, 8 time frame. They had MySpace back then. I think that's when they were transitioning to Facebook, right? I can't remember what we had. We had emails, you know, we sent out basically emails. We belonged to groups, right? Or we joined groups to basically interact and communicate. But yeah, but President Trump got it done, right? So my hat's off to him. Like I said, he's going to go down as I think, the greatest president in U.S. history. Soon as we get these, he gets these financial things worked out, and especially with this chairman of the Federal Reserve. Once that gets worked out, you know, I think we're going to see a lot better days in our country, as far as economically. That will benefit every single one of us. But anyways, yeah, they set up obstruction tracks. Now this is kind of like a review. Somebody like a official type person, they're probably rolling their eyes. Okay, spit it out, RH. Come on, come on. I don't have much time, right? We don't know who you are, dude. Bop, 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 and the Jets. Everybody knows all these other people, right? Mega platforms, credibility. They destroyed all their credibility, and they're acting like, okay, nothing has happened in the future. But see, they destroyed their own credibility. Don't blame us for researching all this stuff and putting information out there. Credibility. Let me go check out Rumble side of the house and see how that's going. Hey, Tracy, Canito, Steve, welcome everybody to the live stream again. If you haven't been watching from the beginning, please check it out from the beginning and share. Yeah, so I haven't finished talking about those obstruction traps because that was devious, right? See, because that was one of the obstruction of justice. That was one of the crimes that they're in their fraudulent articles of impeachment. Scam. They were going to try to basically get Trump where he got mad, and they were doing everything they could. And I think he had White House counsel saying, calming him down, go, hey, just listen, everything, you ain't got nothing to worry about. Just let it go through the process. The American people had to spend like 2 or 3 years through that BS process, right? How much money in the millions of dollars? By the way, I'm going to mention something, and I don't want people going, you can go down the rabbit trail if you want to. But remember, the Congress had a slush fund, a $17 million slush fund to pay out to victims, let's say. Remember that slush fund? Boy, they covered it up. Oh, they wanted to protect the victims. That was the reasoning for covering up that $17 million slush fund they had, when they got it inappropriate, right? Physically, I guess, or even verbally. $17 million taxpayer funded slush fund to protect these guys and gals, I guess. So anyways, like you had all the stuff that they falsely accused Trump of. Heard it from a friend who heard it from another friend. Oh, I heard talking about a dressing room somewhere 40 years ago. Never talked about it before that. Then saved the dress, right? And then saying that to the Mockingbird media journalist, Anderson Cooper, and we have to go to station break. Yeah, right. It's ridiculous. So that's the reason why they were going after Trump's family members like Donald Trump Jr. They interrogate, think I had it bad? Nothing compared to what they did to Trump. Nobody even knows me, so nobody cares. If you don't know about something, why would you care about it? You think I got a name, right? I like to protect at least my name. I got family members too. I have parents. I had one parent. One parent was never going to talk to me again. That's okay, RH. That's all right. Nobody cares about you, RH. Who are you? You're just a loser. Right? That's fine. Right? For you. You can believe it. You can have any opinion you want. But what if they do it to you? What if they do it to you? There's even a guy out there. Well, Epstein showed me these photographs of Donald Trump with some girls, age unknown, that were basically topless. So what do you have there? Okay, is there a witness out there? It's your word. It's his word against. These people need to be sued. Well, Epstein ain't no longer here no more, so they get that legal counsel, right? There's billions of dollars in lawfare against Trump and everybody else associated with Trump. To shut people like myself up, right? Behind the scenes. They got their paid agitators, provocateurs. You know what I mean? And they'll even buy off your own family members. Hey, gotta watch out. You get caught. Doesn't matter who you are. You could be held accountable too. To what I mean, too. Legitimately held accountable, not over holding somebody, getting somebody thrown in jail or prison because you're going to make a few bucks off the deal, right? Thank God I joined the Air Force at 17 and made a career of it, over 20-year career. So thank God. No telling. Thank God. Thank God for the American taxpayers. That's who's paying my retirement. Thank you, everybody. Come and chat. Party. It might be 1/10th of a penny that you have that goes to your taxes that helps RH, get his retirement pay. Okay. By the way, honorable. There's 2 honorable discharges. I got out for a couple years. I was kind of like I don't know, if you will. I was just trying to figure everything out. I was soul searching, and I went back in about 2 years later and finished up with 21 years total. So I have the best reenlistment thing notated code on both of my honorable discharge on my DD 214. So on your DD 214, I could prove it to anybody. Somebody believe it, but I don't want to expose myself personally because I didn't want to make this about myself personally, but they've gone so far that I kind of like, in a way, to protect myself, I'm going to expose it. And hopefully by exposing this, it'll help keep people safe in the future. That includes the President of the United States, his family, his cabinet, his administration, his associates, his friends, his loved ones, everyone associated with him. I want to keep them all safe. Because remember, when President Trump travels abroad, like to the Philippines, like he did in 2017, right? All those people accompany him. We're talking about Air Force. We're talking about U.S. Secret Service, other specialists that are there, taking part in those operations. Hey, there's a lot of people involved in that. A lot of people could get hurt, or you know what? And you got innocent bystanders like Corey. I don't want to say his last name because I mix it up. It's a kind of a difficult. Corey. Man, salt of the earth guy. We lost a great individual. First responder. You know, and I do really believe that they listened. They listened. Take the information like you're supposed to do, and you do an investigation and deem whether the information is credible or not. Not some statement like, oh, we don't like him either type deal. Well, which one are you talking about you don't like either? JB and DT? You don't like him either, maybe? I don't know. We don't like him either. You know, President Trump ordered that his security clearance be removed. Y'all remember that? The Dark Empire. What do you call that empire? Star Wars? The Dark Empire? The Empire Strikes Back, right? Oh, no. There's administrative error in removing his security clearance. So we can't remove his security clearance. And basically, what do? They just send him to London. Wow. What a gig. What a gig. You know, you go back all the way to the Analysis Corporation and all that stuff. They made him CEO of a government contract corporation or company, whatever, that conducts surveillance on anyone they put on that list. See, Carter Page and Panopoulos, whatever his name is, I'm not being disrespectful, but it's a unique name, and I can't remember all of these names. See, they did that. That was just a feeble attempt. These fraudulent FISA court applications, those were just feeble attempts to make it look just like Susan Rice wrote herself an email twice. We did everything by the book. That's all it was. You can't tell me the FISA court judge, or judges plural, going all the way up to who? The U.S. Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts. You can't tell me that they didn't know that those applications were fraudulent. Oh, there you go, RH. Yeah, I knew you were a conspiracy theorist. Yeah, this takes the cake now. Now you're talking about the Honorable Chief Justice John Roberts. Honorable? Let's talk about, hey, I support our government. I support honest, law-abiding government officials, no matter what branches of government they are in, whether it's the legislative branch, the judicial branch of government, or the executive branch of government. I support law-abiding, non-terrorist type assassins in our government. Law-abiding, honest. Any of them that's caught being dishonest, yeah, you got mistakes, but you got intentional dishonesty. You also got omission lies. They're very good at that. And remember, I'm not talking about, I shouldn't even have to say this. There's bad apples everywhere. There's great apples in the three-letter agencies, including the DOD, Armed Forces, Homeland Security, all of those organizations. There's great people out there, really great people that are overlooked, doing their job every day, helping keep us all safe. It's going to be kind of interesting to see if they have one of those guys with all black scoping out my place again. You know, it's kind of funny. Have a van and they park right on my property and get out and sitting around in a circle. I hope that's just support for RH. Moral support, I hope that's all it was. Oh, you're paranoid, RH. You're a paranoid schizophrenic. Really? Whatever. But yeah, I have family members got a little bit of trouble, whatever, in the past. And you know what I mean? We've all done something that we shouldn't have done. I mean, some, of course, there's high crimes and, you know, misdemeanors, you know what I mean? So you know, like I'm sure I jaywalked. I mean, I had a speeding violation like about 30 years ago. That's been off my records for man, there's another guy's out there, a name that I'm trying to remember. He was part of that Bundy standoff, and you know, a lot of people got pissed off. By the way, I think one thing that really caught their attention, and these powerful people, these powerful politicians, they didn't like it. Remember Senator Reid? I think he had a black eye too, didn't he? Senator Harry Reid, remember? Guess he was Nevada, right? Remember Clark County? Remember the Bundy ranchers? Remember what they were trying to expose? Going back to that? Yeah, I researched all that too as well. How many people know that Harry Reid had mineral rights? And they did mineral assessments. He had that property in a Reid trust. That's public information, by the way. How many people even knew that? Remember the standoff between the ranchers and the what do you call it? Oh God, Federal Bureau of Land Management. Remember that? Remember when they were backing off? You know, that's what they do. That's what they did when they got that guy. Remember that guy was missing? Whatever, I forgot his name. They said he was AWOL. I can't remember his name. It's been so long ago. When they went and got that guy, right, and brought him to freedom from the Taliban or whatever, they were, when they retreated back into their helicopters, right, that's exactly how they walked back during that standoff. I don't know if how many people caught that or not, but those were the people that were involved in that, with working with the Federal Bureau of Land Management. And of course, Harry Reid identified those people as domestic terrorists, so they can have, you know, they can amp up the assault operations on them. You know what I mean? Lavoy Finnegan, I believe is his name. Remember? That guy had never been to jail. He didn't even have a jaywalking ticket. He never been to jail a day in his life. He's a Christian. He basically fostered, I don't know how many children, right? Helped foster a lot of children. And yeah, they're basically talking about, the ranchers talking about how they were Only as good as the worst slur. They only need to call you. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. They can label you, right? And they can destroy your life. Totally destroy your life. But when they label somebody like they consider a nobody, some Joe Schmo. I actually heard these people talking that way. They don't want to have. See, I'm not popular, right? I'm not popular. I'm not a multi-millionaire. Well, I guarantee if I was a billionaire or millionaire, they'd have come to my front door crawling for me to accept their apologies. So that's why they don't worry about it. They set up a file, right? That's why I keep talking about. They set up a file on me. They even got a warrant and I got informed by the Veterans Affairs Administration. They informed me. They got a warrant on the false pretenses that it was about national security. The national security problem we had was they failed to take my information so they could deem whether it's credible or not. That was the national security breach. Like I said, Corey could still be alive right now. I haven't even gone through all of the information because I don't have like a whole week to lay it all out for everyone. They came, that analogy. They came for this person, that person. You said nothing, you did nothing. They came for that other person or persons. They went after them. You said nothing. And by the time they came back to you, basically did the same thing, maybe not as bad, or maybe worse, right? Nobody said nothing when they came for you, right? Well, I'm different than you are, RH. I'm different than you are. I'm not just some Joe Schmo. Really? I think I'm a human being. I do have a living soul and a living conscience. So whether you like me or not, this is crazy. I saw exactly, and you know, if you're supposed to have a, what do you call it? Uh, when are you supposed to basically judge a person before you actually even interview them? You basically do an investigation instead of going right to the person and asking them the question, right? They use cons, informants that basically have done something wrong, so they get those to do the dirty work, right? So you pay them, you go to the cons first, right? To get your information before. So so I had all this information. I was just going to basically read off to them, or off the top of my head go through, right? Uh James Hodgkinson was one. Remember, James Hodgkinson was, he attempted, remember, he nearly killed Steve Scalise. Remember that? There's another person. Well, that happened before, I think, 2018. But, anyways, remember, he was target practicing on trees on his property. His neighbors called the sheriff department. I guess they went up and asked him a few questions, and he goes, well, I was just practicing, I wasn't trying to hurt anybody or nothing. His neighbors were worried, so they called the sheriff deputies. And That guy was a Bernie Sanders supporter, remember? So all you had to do is go down a social media page. Hey, that my neighbors didn't call the U.S. Secret Service on me. I called the U.S. Secret Service headquarters to give them information to try to keep people safe. They refused to take the information. I called them back 2 weeks later. They go, well, you're just pretty persistent, aren't you, RH? Well, I guess I'll send somebody over to interview you. Right? So you know what questions they asked those agents before they came to my home? They told me that before. This is funny because they told me before they started questioning me. We're sorry, but we were told what questions to ask you. So they were all lined up that I was a possible James Hutchinson or a Lee Harvey Oswald copycat, or well, before we knew it, a Crooks guy or a Ruth guy, right? So that's what they set up the file to be. What do you think those files contain? And that's why the Attorney General, hey, Pam Bondi is a great individual. She's super at what she does. She was Attorney General for Florida for a while. She got Florida out of a lot of nasty situations, believe me. Lawless situations. By the way, today, I just saw another arrest, right? Over 20 people. I kept telling people those operations have to be covert because you got the victims you don't want to endanger. You don't want to get in a predicament where there's a shootout or whatever, or because they're a witness, right? To basically put out a list of a bunch of criminals, right? And they go, well, they know who was the subject under their lawlessness, right? They know who they are and where they are. They can find out. They got means to find out. A lot of that stuff is in the dark web. They just go to their dark web. What do you call it? Site, whatever site they visit, right? They find the address. So if that's the only credible witness, right? Don't you think if you put that information out there before that individual is actually taken in custody, that it doesn't endanger the victims? If you believe that, I can't help you. RH can't help you. The dumb Joe Schmo that nobody knows, he's not credible, make him look like he's a psychopath, right? Credible. Credible. Legitimate, right? So how do you know if something's legitimate or credible before you even investigate the information? Before you actually research the information, do your own investigation, right? That's what I want y'all to do. That's why I share my source references to everyone. No, I wasn't talking about you, Steve. I didn't know you were basically falsely accused of doing something or not either. Well, if you want to share that, I sometimes I don't even like to share this, but man, I can't even warn people. And now they shadow ban me so bad. And you know who's doing it? Remember, they got another, just like they did to Trump. But me, I'm on a much, 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 much smaller scale than what they did President Trump. credible. See, they went in and tried to basically disparage my career, my education. And, talking about the Space Force branches service and the subterranean branch of service, yeah, I did put out that proposal. But somebody, in my opinion, they could have took it or ran with it. Because remember, also, there's nothing new under the sun, right? But their job is to take the information, basically investigate it, decide whether it's credible or not, and then that's all. That's all they had to do. No, they tried to destroy my entire life. Like I said, my own dad didn't even talk to me. He wasn't even going to talk to me anymore. So anyways, the U.S. Secret Service headquarters in Washington, D.C., they wrote up the questions for those agents to ask me. They first had a little, like just a normal gossiping session, right? Then they started to go into it. Listen, we are not the ones that put these questions together. Okay, going back to so I just remembered I didn't finish that idea. So whenever you're trying to propose something, you have to be kind of like credible, right? I was in the United States Air Force. Remember, the United States Air Force was in charge of Space Command, right? U.S. Space Command. We have our own commander. We still have a U.S. Space Command Air Force commander. There's also a command chief master sergeant that basically works with the U.S. Space Command, and there's a chief master sergeant is a senior NCO, senior non-commissioned officer at the highest level. I was a master sergeant, but at the lower tier of non-commissioned officers. So I was a senior NCO, but I wasn't as senior as a chief master sergeant, obviously. Now, when you're a chief master sergeant, basically you are underneath the command chief master sergeant, if that makes sense, right? So in the entire Space Force branch of air branch, there's one command sergeant major or Space Force sergeant major, not sergeant major, chief master sergeant, and there's one senior NCO chief master sergeant over all the non-commissioned officers and they don't just work with non-commissioned officers; they work with the commanders, right, of those branches. So, anyways, I have an associate's degree in space operations technology, and I also had career training in that position, in those positions. Also, I had military educational training as well. So when they try to discredit me, when I say, okay, what education I had, they basically, one of the individuals said, what's that? What's that? Because they don't want to make you look credible. They can say that headquarters basically is the one that wrote up those questions. What do y'all think the first two questions were? Do I know anybody locally that wants to kill the president? We're referring to DJT, right? I said, no, it's not local. Because these are intel people. I mean, they could be local. They could operate locally. The second question was, do I want to kill the president? Then the rest of the question made it look like I was a danger to myself and others. And they went out there after they interrogated me. They got a picture, a photograph of my license plate on my truck. They asked me if I was going to go anywhere, if I was going to travel anywhere. They were going to watch me, right? And was I going to try to go around President Trump's security? What do you think I'm going to be? A piñata? Like I'm that damn stupid? Obviously, you didn't understand what training I had before you showed up at my front doorstep and I allowed you to come in. I set it up, by the way, that they come to my home. And that's the first two questions they got from headquarters to ask me. Everything was curtailed to make it look like I was some nutcase and not credible. And they made a file, right? They made a file on me. That's why I keep telling these people, all these major influencers, right? Being disrespectful. When I try to go and help them on their own channel, being disrespectful. And I guess they're being schooled on who, because they still got their channels, mega channels. They can basically say anything they want. So they're given the green light, right? How many times did they take down RH's channel? Deplatform me? 4 or 5 times? How much have they shadow banned me? Throttled this channel back? You go back to 2022, right? I had thousands of people watching a single live stream. That's before I ever heard these mega social media channels and major influencers. Before I even heard of any of them. I was well on my way to be very successful in this, and I could have been monetized. I could have gotten a studio built and everything to put out professional live streams. I could have hired people. They shut all that down. Dang, you had 35 channels? Wow. Well, one night, Steve, if you're up for it, you can come on the channel. Just I have to give you some information. You can contact me if you got anything that basically, like for example, I have a DD-214. I have actually 2 of them. Okay, I have like 1J was they wanted me to stay in the first time, right? And I had some things that happened to me, you know, let's just say it was like end of life stuff. And I had kind of like started thinking about a conscientious objector type thing. And it wasn't me doing it to myself, believe me. It's kind of hard when you're sleeping to do it to yourself, right? So, and I went to sleep under normal circumstances, right? I didn't take a bunch of, I know what these psychos, what I mean? I know their playbook. I know their MO, modus of operandi. I know these people so well now. I know I've lived with poor people. I've lived with very rich people. Okay. And my family, I got pretty good. I got along with pretty much everyone. But there's some people out there, no matter what you do, they just don't like you. They can't stand you. So, hey, kick the dust off your feet, move on. That's what I learned. Is this being beneficial for our country to expose this? I do believe it is, or I wouldn't be talking about it. Yeah, I'm a Joe Smoke for a lot of people. Hey, you can have that opinion. No skin off my back. While you make yourself richer. right? No, you got to come to me. I'm your source. You got to come to me for everything. How many times have I asked you to give me money for the information I've been putting out all these years? Give me money, come to here, come to there, before I could tell you, before I could help you out, if you're interested in learning. Oh, yeah. It's really, really troubling. Could you imagine um going to your neighbor's house, a young mother with her little kid in her arm, her baby in her arm, and you flash the badge? Oh, we're coming up here because RH. Oh, he's talking about that Christian stuff again, and we think he's hearing voices. So we gotta, see if he's a threat to himself or others. You know, why didn't you look at Fred, what's his name? James Hodgkinson? Why didn't you look at his social media page? You know what he had on his social media page? That was, I think, right after he went to meet Bernie Sanders in his Bernie Sanders office in Washington, D.C., right? Well, he had nothing to do with it. Well, guilt by association. No, he's presumed to be innocent until proven guilty, like everybody else out there. Isn't it kind of funny? These people are out there. They get paid to go out there, I guess. That's the only time they really go out there and really exert themselves. They commit the deed, right? Then they go back in the shadows, right, for years. You don't even hear about. I forgot. Is Bernie Sanders still a senator? I don't even know. Driving around in a Lamborghini, and they sent a sheriff deputy to my home to do a wellness check. Well, do you mind if I come inside? Because I'm a sheriff. I'm out here, and it's kind of awkward, to be out here and on the front doorstep. Well, come on in. Come on in. How can I help you, sir? Well, we got a call, and I've been reviewing some of your calls here, and do you need some help? No, we could drive you over to the facility, Peace River. We could drive you over to Peace River, and they can evaluate you. In 24 hours, they can tell you whether you're okay to leave. We're here to help. I mean, think about this. If the shoe was on your foot, and you're doing all this for your country, right? Trying to give back to your country, and you got some evil people out there that basically won't go along with the operation. Who went along with the operation with Roger Stone? They sent out a whole assault team, frogmen, and the whole 9 yards on on a. I had somebody remind me. Roger Stone is credible, and who are you, dude? Roger Stone said there's no list at all. What? I mean, there's no list at all? Maybe you didn't understand Roger Stone very good. You know what I mean? Oh, by the way, CNN was notified, and yeah, they were ready on J13, wasn't they? That's just a quinky dink. So nobody was fired. Oh, basically, they could have been fired. They were given They were suspended without pay for what, 10 days? And a man died. 2 other men were severely injured, by the way, as well. Remember, going back to James Hodgkinson, Steve Scalise, he's still congressional representative. Steve Scalise, I think he's the majority whip, right? He's still walking around with a limp. On James Hodgkinson's social media site, Facebook, because I read it, they learned the lesson of that. It looks like they took down all the crooks in social media. It's kind of hard to believe. Oh, that's right. He's a lone wolf too, right? He didn't have any friends at all. Yeah. He put on his social media page, Trump is trying to destroy our democracy. That's their dog whistle, right? That's their dog whistle. Trump is trying to destroy our democracy. Time to destroy Trump and company. The company referred to was people like congressional representatives like Steve Scalise, Rand Paul, anybody out there that day that was practicing baseball. And the optics were so great. After the other baseball team, they had a little prayer meeting, right? They had a little prayer. They said their little prayer. Oh, we don't support that. When they're out there gaslighting everyone, especially ones that have mental problems. So anyways, yeah, they didn't bother to look at social media. They didn't bother to look in the background to see whether that guy was a danger or not. They could have stopped that shooting. The James Hodgkinson could actually still be alive today. Then maybe he said, well, I was going to be paid $1 million from an NGO or whoever, right? Or from maybe one of those billionaires, or from foreign money. Maybe instead of sending over a pallet of cash in U.S. dollars, maybe they're going to give James Hodgkinson a new ID and give him some euro currency, right? Give him a brand new ID, a Visa, whatever, or a new ID. He's all of a sudden a citizen within the UN. So, dead people tell no tales or truths either, right? Dead people can't tell any truth at all, right? Well, if they're not, whatever, I'm pretty sure the only way you're going to get the truth out of these people is military tribunals. That would get to the bottom of a lot of stuff quickly. Remember, they're still going after Christina Bobb. Remember, they already had that lawfare money put together before Trump got back in office again. That's still part of the same old pool of money that they've been basically laundering around since before Trump even got in office in 2016. A lot of people bought off. It looks like a lot of people are bought off to go, okay, you used to be a never Trumper. Now we need you to be a Trumper because we need some moles in the White House. Can you plant this little bug, this little roach? Can you plant this little roach up underneath the Resolute desk? Is that all? Hey, we're gonna say, hey, President Trump, we can't bring you your Diet Coke. We're gonna give you allow you to have that. What do you call that? We're gonna allow you to have access to that zone, right? And all you got to do is just press this bug up underneath the Resolute desk, and that's all you got to do. Well, what if I get caught? What if I get? Don't worry about it. We're saying that we got you another alibi. You work for Terminex, right? Termite X. You work for Termite X instead of X. Okay? We're going to pay you. All you got to do is put that bug underneath that Resolute desk and you come out. Okay? And we'll say it wasn't you. We'll just say, hey, that was left over. They left that little present over from me from the Biden administration. Biden left that little gift over to you, a roach. We can't help it. He was, eating fried chicken there, putting his chicken bones in the Resolute desk. And we got all these roaches, but we didn't know that was a bug. We thought, it was a bug. This is crazy. This is the most unprofessional stuff I've seen in my entire careers that I had. Career. I'm just going to stick with an Air Force career. Because I was really a Joe Smo and other things. And I don't consider myself a Joe Smo serving honorably in the United States Air Force. Get you, soldier boy. That's all you are? Soldier boy. Golly. You tried to denigrate my service. And, there's a guy that claimed he was basically born to alien parents, extraterrestrials, right? And I got some of this information. The guy said, what he was selling and that kind of thing. And, I like a little bit of science fiction in my life, a lot. How much science fiction out there has actually come to reality, right? And I got a lot of interest in some of these theories and about Antarctica. And I have some background information on that, a lot of that. But maybe one day I'll share this stuff. But I really don't have time to play with these mosquito brains out there, these Bill Gates mosquito brains, you know what I mean? To try to pay RH a visit. I really don't have time for that. You know what I mean? And so let's see. I had one of those. That was a gift, by the way. This one here. That was a beautiful gift. I know it's blurry, but that's a really cool castle there. You can't see all the flags, but you see part of it. I had a lot of great friends. They were sad I had to leave. They shut down our unit. ICAOC. That's all I'll say. They shut down our unit, sent me back to the United States. My supervisor, my direct supervisor, they sent him to Cheyenne Mountain. Lieutenant Colonel Glover, and he was there. I wish they'd have sent me to NORAD. Cheyenne Mountain, I would have been there. Maybe I'd have been on duty. Maybe they couldn't have a guy like me on duty. But it wasn't a fog of war. Oh yeah, they had remember we were talking about sim over live operations before? I believe there was a sim over live operation as far as Operation Neptune Spear is concerned. But for those of y'all interested in that kind of information, why now, why RH believes there may have been some hanky-panky with the Operation Neptune Spear. I don't know, maybe because of disinformation. You know, the Beryl at Sea moment that nobody saw. Only just a couple people. The, what do you call them? The chief. You know, there's a Navy chief, right? Like there's a chief master sergeant, there's a sergeant major. What's the Navy guy called again? I forgot. If he didn't know about it, I'm pretty sure. I mean, a rat cannot even pee on the USS Carl Vinson without that guy knowing about it. And you tell me they conducted a barrel at sea moment and he didn't know about it? I don't know. So that just, a bunch of things that didn't add up, right? And, I know plausible deniability, they have to lie sometimes, and sometimes they're given a green light to tell the truth. Hopefully, they're given a green light to tell the truth more often. So, anyways, yeah. So the barrel at sea moment, chief petty officer, right? Yeah, I saw the guy on Fox and Friends in the morning time, and they try to get him to go down that rabbit trail of politics. And he said basically he wasn't aware of the barrel at sea moment. He was on Fox and Friends. I listened to that guy very, very closely. Anyways, also you add to the fact that they lied to you one time about one thing, right? Like the barrel at sea moment. You got bingo, I forgot there's these other code names. You start running out of fuel, right? You got to get back to the near safe spot, right? After that operation's complete. How many people, I'm sure I could see you raise your hand. How many people believe that when they were circling that operational area of Operation Neptune Spear in Pakistan, that they had enough fuel after they retrieved the body, right? They did a DNA test, so they had to know that was him, right? What? Whose DNA were they testing that with? How did they know that was actually not a double? If you thought it was the double and you're doing your job, you don't know. You don't have time for politics and all that other stuff, right? There's how many different Osama bin Ladens did they have? They had Usama, USA Ma bin Laden. They had Osama bin Laden. What is Osama bin Laden? OSA Ma bin Laden. What does that stand for? What is that? I didn't learn that in the space operation technology education I got. I didn't know what that was. What is that? It's kind of funny. Even operators, I was talking about parachuting, right? When the pilot gives the green light, I'll get back to the Operation Neptune Spear. I won't forget. Promise. God willing. If I had ground training. I was ground training qualified to parachute, right? To be not a paratrooper, but just to skydive, right? So I started talking about jumping. That's what I was talking about. ORH, like a jumper, like I'm, to try to put me in that category. Well, he's back guano crazy. Don't listen to a word he has to say. Right? So how many of these people they pay to come into your channel, right? Listen to what you have to say to try to, if you actually got some evidence that they have to go to jail a long, long time, GI, you go to jail a long, long time, GI. You should be over there in the Southeast China, Southeast Asia, excuse me. You should be over there. You go on to jail a long, long time for creating fake piece of paper that they mark up Joe Biden. You go and be jail a long, long time, GI. The stupidity. I mean, I was probably like that when I had I was with my family and everything was working out. I had my beautiful daughter and everything was going perfectly. I had a little jingle in my pockets, jingle-ling-a-ling. I had jingle in my pocket, man. I was it. I was the stuff back then. You think I sit there and listen to all this stuff? Yeah, I got captured by the JFK because my great grandmother told me they had the flag of liberty. What's the flag of liberty that my great grandmother was flying on November 22nd, 1963? The flag of liberty was a 48-star World War II flag before Hawaii and Alaska became part of the Union. And my grandmother gave it to me. And like an idiot, right? She wanted me to hold on to it before, she passed away, right? And like an idiot, this guy in the Air Force, he kept on literally begging me for that flag, right? I forgot his name, man. I like that flag back. I'll pay him, he probably, whatever. Pretty sure he served with me. We were in the same unit together at Tyndall Air Force Base. And yeah, that was the flag that my great grandparents were flying when President Kennedy was, on November 22nd of 1963. She gave me that flag and I had it. And, she told me, she said the day that they killed our president, I stopped flying the flag. They never flew the American flag again after that. After what they did to our president. Those people need to be found out. And I don't care if they're just taking orders or whatever. You can set up these little sting operations. You go find like-minded people. Go to you. I hope your operation's successful and it stops another one of those attempts. I got no respect for those people at all. Oh, this is what we were ordered to do. JFK was a traitor. He left out all those, what do you call it? The team, the 2,000 people landing on the beach at Cuba, right? He left them all high and dry. No, they were waiting for him. They even blew up the airplanes that President Kennedy basically was going to provide. And thank you for some of that information. But anybody that shot the president that day, I don't care where you were, grassy knoll, up on the bridge, in the book depository. I don't care if you're still alive. Now, I might get a lot of disagreement, but yeah, he came forward, right? What was he a whistleblower? Nobody else was arrested. So that's the reason on those grounds, because my great grandmother gave me that flag. That was the grounds for me wanting to know more about it. So I've been researching this stuff. I watched the movie JFK really close. A lot of good information in that as well. And so now I'm sitting there thinking, going back to Operation Neptune Spear, they lied about the Barrow at Sea moment. How many people out there, raise your hand? Well, just put a 1 in the chat. Do you believe? Put a 1 in the chat if you don't believe the Barrow at Sea moment of Osama bin Laden. Yeah, they might have had scuba divers down there, and yeah, maybe that person was still alive in that box, right? Maybe it was Osama bin Laden working for covertly, whatever, for the United States. Maybe they had a joint operation there, Saudi operation and U.S. operation. They dropped that, lowered that casket down really, really slow because somebody's living in there. You don't want them hurt, right? And you drilled some air holes, and you had some scuba divers down there ready to retrieve the living soul, right? And basically get them to go somewhere else. Who knows? I wasn't read into the presidential findings. I don't know. I'm a nobody, remember? So don't believe a word I say. Sim over live operation. What is RH talking about that? Well, there was an operation in Abbottabad, Pakistan, right? And there was another operation in North Carolina. How many people even knew about North Carolina operation? That was the sim portion of the operation. They had a sim over live operation going on, not only 9/11, they had a sim over live operation, in my opinion, what was it, May 2nd, 2011? After Fox News put out an article, bin Laden already dead, December 26th of 2001. So, Steve, it looks like it's just me and you entertaining each other because the other people just listening to see how they can discredit RH. Maybe they'll provide me another wellness check just to help me out, right? They'll probably set up another. Well, no, they'll add to the file they already created. So remember, okay, let's go. There was a CIA mock Osama bin Laden compound in North Carolina. Who put it together? Well, who was in the White House Situation Room? Johnny B. Clapper. Who else was there? All the people that were going to gain something, they were going to benefit from that operation, right? So did any special forces operatives die that day and they covered it up and they kept that classified for a matter of national security? I don't know. But there's a live witness that claims he saw the whole thing. He was up on his balcony on top of his roof in the compound right next to the Abbottabad supposed Osama bin Laden compound. So if Osama bin Laden wasn't killed, but Osama bin Laden was killed, or the double, right, with a name similar, that was just bin Laden, right? That's like an omission lie. But do you think if you're part of that operation, and even if you're part of the SIM portion of that operation, you think people like that want me to talk about it? No, it probably makes them furious because in their mind, and rightfully so, because that was what's your brief, because it's highly compartmental operation. Everyone, part of that operation had their own little requirement, whatever, right? You think they were involved in the actual planning stage of it? The surveillance of that compound and all that stuff, the doctor that supposedly got the DNA of Osama, which DNA did he get from? A double called Osama or the DNA of Usama? So you might think you got the right bin Laden, and you might be doing your job the best you can, man, and you risk your life to get that guy and everything. Right. You did a great job. And you might even believe it for national security if you lost someone there in that operation, not to talk about it. You're ordered not to talk about it. Because if you do talk about it, you guess what? You go to jail long time, GI. You go to Fort Leavenworth for the rest of your life. You know, my Mandarin. You have to get Barack Obama's brother to help me out with that Mandarin, okay? Because he's fluent. Mark Obama, Obamo. Wait, Obama? Obama? I don't even care how to spell his name right now. That should be, that's probably mean, RH. That's mean. You meanie poo. But, yeah. It's RH out there trying to embellish his career again. You know, when I have a bio or if I try to basically apply for a job, you know, you don't leave out places where you worked in your past. You don't, especially if you're trying to get a security clearance. My security clearance has never been revoked, by the way. This is all just what I'm talking about is all just RH's imagination. There was never a mock CIA compound, which they took footage and they had communications going back and forth, right? Because if you have a mock compound in North Carolina, guess what? If you're going to try to basically run a operation to basically bring Osama bin Laden in dead, not alive, and then dump his body off the side of USS Carl Vinson, you got to have training in that, right? You got to have the MH-60s or whatever they had, and you have to have those special drone-like helicopters or whatever, right? So they have to train, right? They have to train that part. What do you think they're going to do? Just start on the ground and bust open that gate for the compound and set C4 on it and boom, and then go into the compound and they got some scarecrow figures dressed like the double of Osama. Yeah, it's another a double. It's a scarecrow, and just shoot that guy. Or did they have all the rooms set up and everything was set up perfectly? It looked from aerial photographs, it looked just like Abbottabad, Pakistan, didn't it? And you could get some still photos, just like that dipshite said that, well, I saw Epstein showed me some pictures trying to make himself relevant, right? Epstein, he shared me some photographs of Donald Trump standing next to some topless go-go dancers. We don't know is their age. Age unknown. And that's part of the propaganda psyops BS that we've been dealing with all this time. And it's very easy to see through them. They schooled Stephanie Clifford. Her last name is different now. I think she got married, right? Like nobody knew who Stephanie Clifford is, right? Special operative, special agent, Stephanie Desert Stormy Daniels. Wow. The Mockingbird media, the mainstream media, they never used her real name because they didn't want you to look into, investigate her background. She's just another stupid politician. She swings both ways, though. Republican or Democrat, where the money's the best. She's a big supporter of Hillary Clinton. So who do you think enlisted her to be special operative, Operation Desert Stormy Daniels, when her name is Stephanie Clifford? She was running for a Senate seat in Louisiana. Because the guy was caught basically getting donations from some type of questionable club, right? Well, I forgot what they call that club. They're getting donations, I think. Something to that effect. They took him down, right? And here comes operative Stephanie Clifford. She's going to run for the Senate seat. How many people even know about that true story? You know, you can see through their BS. I mean, this media. I wish there was a MAGA class action lawsuit against all of those, the mainstream media, all those lies they're saying about us being, misogynist and all this stuff, homophobes, xenophobes, rapists and all this stuff. You know what I mean? They talk about us like that. Well, I heard her say that, and hear from a friend who, hear from another friend who, you've been messing around. Remember the Echo, let's see, Echo Charlie. Echo Charlie, those are initials. E Charlie. Remember that Intel guy? I remember trying to share his name. He's from Yale. That's why I'm asking y'all to go watch that Skull and Bones movie, right? He's from Yale. He was one of those guys out there. You know when you see a House congressional session when they're all there, the D's are there and the R's are there and the I's are there. You know what I mean? They're all there. And you see that crowd all dressed in white. Well, let's go back to Eric Ciaramella's. Now, hey, he could be clean as the driven snow. That's not yellow. You know what I mean? He could be clean as the, hey, this is things that have actually happened. That guy, nobody wishes him harm. That's all BS because they didn't want you to know who he was because it was an eye operation to take down President Trump. Just like I was trying to share the information they refused to take in from Washington, D.C. headquarters. Because why? Because if something happened, right, we didn't get the information. Oh, that guy was discredited a long time ago. He hears voices. You know, it's kind of funny because I talked about, as far as demolitions go, I talked about See, they want to make everybody like that look like they're nuts too. But from Curt Weldon, Congressional Representative Curt Weldon, basically, he came out and said that Bill Ayers conducted explosive demolition training in Cuba by the KGB. That's what the congressional representative said. Curt Weldon. Man, they went after his daughter and everything. Curt Weldon's daughter. So, what was the weathermen responsible? Weathermen and women responsible for doing? So, if he got explosive demolition training in Cuba by the KGB, remember what they were responsible doing? The weathermen. Remember their flag, right? Their flag, their symbol, with a lightning in it. What do you think that means? Well, Yeshua saw Satan coming down in lightning, right? Remember that? Remember that Bible verse? Oh, there goes RH. He's hearing voices again. Stick around. They might actually learn something. So they want to know if I was trained in explosive demolition. So maybe they needed a patsy to blame 9/11 on. But okay, I know where I was. I was in South Carolina that day. I was working right across the Intel branch. I was unit deployment manager. I know exactly where I was. I'm not like a certain Bush guy. Isn't it funny? JFK Jr., nobody even talks about that either. He put out all the breadcrumbs of which GW you got to look for to point them in the right direction. He even got Cindy Crawford to actually cross-dress as GW. They even had an article of GW, but it wasn't that GW. So you know, okay, which GW? George Wallace, remember him? There was an article about how many GWs can you get for one newspaper? I mean, magazine. GW, what are you talking about? Crawford, she cross-dressed as George Washington, right? That's why I put the horse up there, right? The real GW on the mount. You're just a PR foot soldier. Well, actually, George Washington, General George Washington, we refer to, I guess he was the general of the Continental Congress, or what do you call that? The dual hat. Commander-in-Chief, George Washington. He actually jumped down and helped out his foot soldiers, right? When they had to move logs or whatever to get cannons in place and all that kind of thing. He actually jumped down off his high horse and he actually helped out people like me back in the day. Could you imagine if you're running an operation, say, for example, you're firing at the enemy and your gun gets shot out of your hand and you got your general, he's basically in a Humvee or whatever, armored vehicle, whatever, and he sees your gun drop right by his door, and he just sits there and watches you get shot up like a piñata, right? He doesn't even offer to open the door and throw your gun back to you so he can help save your life and help, take out one of the enemy, right? You're just going to sit in that armored vehicle. Oh, that's just a peon. His life ain't worth nothing, right? The best managers we had in the military and the Air Force were the people managers, not the material managers, because the material managers believe their material even though it's tier 1 stuff, is more important than, the foot soldiers, whatever. The most valuable resource that we have on this planet is human beings. They want to change that, right? With robots. Could you imagine robots without people? What are they going to do? Take out each other? So, I think I pretty much covered a lot of ground tonight. And it's a lot to unpack. It's a whole lot to unpack, right? Sometimes I go a long time because got friends out west in California. At least they used to come listen to the live stream. I do believe the oneness Shaw stays back in the background. I would too. I would too. I was the type, I wasn't involved in all these politics. I didn't know how corrupt some people could be. But anyways, yeah, if I heard something, if I had U.S. Secret Service come to my door and say they had a lot of concerns about my neighbor, I go, oh my God. Can you get that guy out of here? So I even called the guy afterwards. And even afterwards, just asking for an apology. He wouldn't even give an apology. When I called my congressional representatives, one or two maybe, I called. They wanted to make it look like I had a staff working for me. I had a computer station, workstation. I had printers, I had fax machines, I had scanners, I had all this professional equipment. I wanted to provide the information. Back like in the old day, all they have to do is record your affidavit. Kind of like I had a fracture they call it a boxer fracture, where they tried to set that and put a cast on it. And I was watching them nearly pull my little finger off. I was sitting there watching them overhead, right, on this little look like a screen, like an X-ray screen, and they could see actually when they had me put my finger, my little finger, my pinky finger, because a boxer fracture was that bone that basically connects from your pinky finger to your wrist, right? But anyways, that was snapped in two. And yeah, I was sitting there watching them trying to set my fracture, and they kept spinning out that vise further and further. And it felt like they're going to rip my damn pinky off my hand, rip it off my hand. And they finally gave up, right? So they casted it up, right? And they said basically they were going to have to, it was going to have to be operated on, because I was in the Air Force. I had to go back to the Air Force clinic, whatever. And they were going to have to operate on my hand. So anyways, that was right before I was basically, I changed my duty station. That was in northern Germany, working for NORAD. No, NATO, excuse me. NATO, or it might have been just a U.S. unit. U.S. unit. I can't remember. I have to sit there and think about it, but it's been a long time ago. But anyways, they casted me up, and they waited till I got back stateside at Tyndall Air Force Base, and they basically operated on my hand and reset my bone. They had to actually cut that bone because it basically mended and fused together with part of the other bone, and I couldn't even make a I couldn't even make a fist. My pinky, my right hand actually went over, what do you call that? Your third finger, the finger next to your middle finger, your California greeting finger, that next finger, and then your ring finger, then if you're engaged, I think that's your ring finger on your right hand, right? And then your pinky, right? But anyways, they nearly ripped my pinky off in Germany. They couldn't get it set because it kept slipping back and going back over the other fracture of that bone, whatever. And they cast me up and they waited till I got all the way back. I couldn't even make a fist, right? And what made things worse, when they operated on it in at it was Panama City Beach outpatient uh clinic, whatever. They put me in a cast, and my only means of transportation was a motorcycle. So what I had to do when I had to go, I had to go to work. I'd be AWOL. They kicked me out of the Air Force if I didn't go to work, right? I had to be there like 5:45 in the morning, rain, sleet, or so. And if the road's iced up, they basically, we could call in and they can delay us reporting in to keep us safe, right? So, anyways, yeah, I heard it again a couple times, but when they removed the cast, that finger didn't basically overlap. But I always had like in that hand, when I don't write left-handed, right? By the way, I can, but it'll take me like 10 years. So they wanted me to write a statement, right? Like to take a affidavit statement, and I go, no, I can't write that long of a statement. We're talking about a vast amount of information to share, right? So that they can get it to the right people and investigate it. So I didn't do it, right? Because my hand still gets numb and I can't write. It cramps up all the time. It was almost impossible for me to write that statement, so I never did. But they didn't offer me, hey, can you come in? Okay, so you got a problem. How come you don't want to write a statement, right? I just dropped it. But I shouldn't have dropped it. I should have kept on. But it got to be really serious. I thought they were going to, you know, throw me in prison and set me up as a patsy. They got this photograph. They made a file. So that file is not credible. I'll sit here and tell you right now, that file, that's what I'm talking about. Credibility of the information. Pam Bondi's doing a great job like we know she would do. And you got all these people, they want to divide up and just attack her. She's a great person. She's been working hard. She deserved to get in that position. She earned it. People that don't even know, they're not even experts in any field like that at all. So, anyways, let me see. I was going to share something. Stand by. So credibility issues, right? No, uh, we provided a dinner for the not all of the Congressional Medal honor earners or winners. Some people say winners, but they earned the Congressional Medal of Honor. We had them. We hosted them for a dinner at our house. Okay, and you got a lot of talk about what's going on in Antarctica and a lot of stuff like sci-fi stuff. But and I talked about the former governor of the state of Florida, Bob Graham. Remember, Bob Graham is the one that basically he was the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee during the 9/11 criminal investigation. He's the one that basically called Robert Mueller out of being aggressively deceptive, right? So during the 9/11 investigation, he campaigned in one of our restaurants in Tampa. Bob Graham, great guy, by the way. He was the one to try to push to declassify the 17 pages, right, of the, I guess it was Intel. And they fought tooth and nail against it. Just try to find out who was behind that so it can never happen again. They went after him. But a lot of people are talking about Antarctica now and the history of Antarctica and the historical map. I think the Pei-Reis map is like 5,500 years old or 5,000 years old. But in one of the pyramids in Egypt, they just found a 5,000-year-old map. And basically, if you want to know about Mount Erebus, okay, I got direct information from a guy that knows quite a bit about Mount Erebus that took part in Operation Deep Freeze. It was the largest scientific. Let me repeat this again, and I'll highlight this scientific experiment in the history of the world. I'm going to put quotes around scientific experiment because that's not RH just basically coming up with BS. This is true history. A guy that was involved in climbing the top of Mount Erebus, a active volcano, by the way, in Antarctica. He basically knew I think it's Lord Priestley, I believe is his name, observer from Great Britain, right? Was observers on the ship. Basically, he talked with. Let me see if I have that photograph as well. Now that photograph there is him on top of Mount Erebus, and I think I'm not sure if that's a seal, but he was eating. He's had to eat, to survive. It took like 3 days to get up to the top of that mountain. He had basically he was asked to be to lead the expedition up the top of Mount Erebus, and that was before I was born. And he was going to lead the captain of the Wyandotte, Captain R.K. Irving, up the top of the Mount Erebus, and an Associated Press guy and a Caltech geologist for part of that scientific expedition. But the captain, when they got basically up to the base of Mount Erebus, he had to turn back because he wasn't fit enough to climb the top of that active volcano. So him and the AP reporter turned back, and that would be my dad there in that photograph. Him and the Caltech geologist, I believe his name was Hugh Anderson, if I'm not mistaken. They climbed to the top of Mount Erebus. Dad led him up there. And while they were climbing up to the top of it, they got caught in an Antarctic storm. And, you know, those storms in Antarctica are very, very deadly. And they were caught up on a ridge of that mountain while they're, you know, while they're climbing up. And they had to basically, my dad had to spike that tent, 2-man tent in the side on that ridge of Mount Erebus. And anyways, the geologist, he thought he was going to die. You know, he's telling my dad, you know, we're probably never going to live through this, you know, because the wind was so bad that the snow was blowing through the little teeny, you know, little teeny holes that you can't even see coming out of that tent from the snow. The snow was actually blowing through the threads of the tent. And after the storm subsided, Captain Irving, there's actually a glacier named after him, Captain Irving. See, true life stories like the, you know, books of truth, not fiction, they have real people, real names, real people, real places, and real things, right? That's what makes something nonfiction. Just like we have the Bible, there's real people in the Bible, right? Real places and real things that people can actually put their hands on to this day. Okay, so anyways, they sent out a search party for my dad and that Caltech geologist, basically, and they were looking for a couple days. But after the storm subsided, they packed up that tent, whatever, with their gear, and they continued on to climb to the summit so the geologists can get samples from up there right at the edge of the opening for the volcano, right? Oh, anyways, they conducted a search party to look for the bodies because that's all they thought could survive that storm. So they basically, thank God, because if both my dad and that geologist died on Mount Erebus, I'd have never been born because that's before I was born. But anyways, yeah, they picked my dad because he was basically, because of this, even though he was young, he was kind of shocked when the captain of the Why Not basically said, you know, why, you know, my dad was questioning, so why are you asking me? You know, he was just like 20, 22 or something like that, you know, very young man, but because of experience in mountain climbing, it didn't matter his age. The captain wanted him to lead it, and the Sir Priestley, I forgot what his first name is, basically overheard him, and he took that information to the captain, said, hey, we can get him to lead you up to, you know, if you want to get an expedition together to climb the top of the Erebus, you know, that could greatly help out this scientific expedition. So anyways, they called off the search party, and they just assumed that he was dead. They were about to send a telegram to my mother at the time, you know, because my mom was married to him, you know, my dad, you know, they were about to send, you know, some Navy guys over there, officers, whatever, to my mom's home back at the time before I was born, and tell them, hey, your husband was lost on Mount Erebus in the storm. You know, I mean, they're going to have to basically tell them. And the captain of the ship got in trouble because he didn't basically clear that climb, that expedition, even though it was only my dad and one other person. He didn't clear that with the commander. I think it was Little America, whatever, or the commander of uh, uh, I forgot what they call that, Myrtle Sound or something like that. Myrtle Station. I forgot. I'll have to look that up. I can correct that another time. But anyways, and then after they called off the search party, and the Captain Irving got his butt chewed, right? I guess they said, don't put this information out there. The commander said, don't put this information out there because he could get, it wouldn't look good on the commander or McMurdo Sound, right? That's what it's called. Yeah, thank you, Steve. Appreciate it. But you can look up Irving Glacier too as well. That's named after my dad's ship captain. But anyways, because that happened and they didn't get the permission from the commander, they never shared that story. So everybody thinks my dad was lying about this, right? And he's just making it up. And you got a picture right there on him top of Mount Erebus because, see, my dad had a lot of information they didn't want to get out. And it's the same thing, with all these people putting out this false stuff, false information and propaganda, and that belong to the PSYOPs operation. They don't want this information to basically go out, and they'll suppress it one way, shape, or form or the other. They'll attack your livelihood. They'll destroy your livelihood. So, anyways, we got evidence that he climbed it, and that was a successful operation. My dad helped save the life of that Caltech geologist where that mission was successful. So, anyways, long story short, for all these people interested in what's going on in Antarctica, it's good that you have a direct source. And I had a direct source up until about maybe 5 or 6 years ago, before the darts. They put out this paper, right, for everybody to go get them at the VA, right? But before that time, and he was still talking about this stuff, and he recommended that I read a book from Lieutenant Corso. So my dad was part of Operation Deep Freeze like three times. He led the sled teams, the dog sled team. So he was what do you call it? What do you call those people? Explorer, right? Explorer. And his name should be in U.S. Naval history. But I explained why his name isn't. And, before he's really getting really, really old now. And now Lieutenant Corso, if you've haven't heard about him, he basically was in a way a whistleblower far as reverse engineering and that kind of thing. I'd recommend that book. I've read the book myself. I recommend y'all read that book as well, from Lieutenant Corso. And okay. Okay, this is Philip J. Corso. He wrote the book, right? Let me see if that book is in here. I recommend it. Y'all check it out. and my dad was talking about listen to Stitchens. Okay, now I'm not saying that no the let me see if that book is they list that book. Yeah, okay. Corso published the book the day after Roswell in 1997 about his alleged. See, you're going to hear all this alleged involvement in research of extraterrestrial technology recovered from the 1947 Roswell incident. On July 23rd, 1997, he was a guest on the popular late night radio show Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell, where he spoke live about the Roswell story. Well, when you're talking about operations like Operation Deep Freeze, there's some parts of that operation that are classified, right? So, anyways, and some parts of it that aren't. But if any part of your operation is classified, you basically are kept from talking about any of it. Now, remember when we go back to that Reese map 500 years ago, I believe it was the northwest corner or section of Antarctica. Remember, Antarctica is a continent, right? It's a continent. I guess they call it the seventh continent. Now, that kind of like the seventh, as far as terminology or signs and symbols. Seven, the number seven has, okay, so they knew a lot of things back in the day. I mean, 5,000 years ago or even further back, they were basically creating technological feats that aren't even possible to this day. Look at the pyramids, right? The knowledge, the expertise of basically building those pyramids. Does that make the Bible wrong? Does that make the Bible a book of fiction? No, it doesn't make the Bible a book of fiction. And I can actually support the Bible by some of the verses. Chariots of God, right? Sound like thunder, like they call it chariots. You know what? Could you imagine if you had 100 chariots just drive by you and, just ride right by you? What do they sound like? What does a stampede sound like? What does it sound like? It sounds like thunder. Thunder, right? Thunder. So, anyways, people look for any type of sign. Let's go to Acts chapter 11. Let's go to Acts chapter 11. Now, I do hope my dad is recognized for that. You know what I mean? Because he's gone through some hard times, and we don't live forever. We do have eternal life, and so, anyways, we do know that. But you know what I mean? While he's here on earth, I hope he's recognized because he risked his life and saved another life, and is one of the greatest uh, successful operations, even though it was a small expedition. Could you imagine how many other heroes are out there that have basically done stuff like that, and we'll never even know? It's stand by. I'm going to get this, and we're going to source directly out of the scriptures here. Acts chapter. So we're talking about UFOs and all that stuff, and extraterrestrial and alien technology, if you will. Alien building assistance of these super megaliths. Is that what they call them? Megaliths? Somebody help me out on this here. megalift. These mega structures, right? Chapter 1, the very first chapter of Acts. And it talk about the Holy Spirit and all that kind of thing, right? The Holy Ghost, if you will. Spiritual stuff. Domains that we can't see even to this day that we're protected from, basically from. So that's what God did. He protected us from some, in my opinion, domains. So this helps them out, right? So you don't want to be connected to me, right, at all, because you think you don't know who I am, right? So I'll read some Bible scriptures so you can basically, you don't have to be associated with me, right? So I'll start with Acts chapter 1, verse 7. So if we're talking about the seventh continent, right? And he said unto them, it is not for you to know the times or the seasons which the Father hath put in his own power, but ye shall receive power after that the Holy Spirit is come upon you, and ye shall be witnesses unto me both in Jerusalem and in all of Judea and in Samaria and unto the uttermost parts of the earth. And when he had spoken these things, while they beheld, he was taken up, and a cloud received him out of their sight. And while they looked steadfastly towards heaven as he went up, behold, two men stood by them in white apparel. Okay, I'm going to talk about that white apparel, but it's from a different group that wears all white whenever they have a congressional session. And we're going to get back to the Echo Charlie intel guy, right? That was part of the broader criminal conspiracy to overthrow our government, right? Our president. Remember that? Okay, so let me start from this again, because the background is very important. And he said unto them, it is not for you to know the times or the seasons which the Father hath put in his own power, but ye shall receive power after that the Holy Ghost is come upon you, and ye shall be witnesses unto me both in Jerusalem and all of Judea and in Samaria and unto the uttermost part of the earth. And when he had spoken these things, while they beheld, he was taken up, and a cloud received him out of their sight. And while they looked steadfastly toward heaven as he went up, behold, two men stood by them in white apparel, which also said, ye men of Galilee, why stand ye gazing up into heaven? This same Yeshua, or Jesus, which is taken up from you in heaven, shall so come in like manner as ye have seen him go into heaven. By the way, that's a prophecy, right? Right there. That's an unfulfilled prophecy of the second coming, right? Okay, so what did they see? They saw Jesus being lifted up in the flesh, and whether they took him up into the clouds, but something received him right in the clouds, and he traveled up into, I'm going to say, into another dominion or dimension. And he left their sight. So they watched him actually enter in some clouds. They were watching Jesus in the flesh, and they watched him take up. So This is witnesses, right? This is a witness. And what is the other? How's he going to return? Just like the angels said, right? But they had pure white. They wasn't those intel angels, right? So-called angels wearing all white. So remember the skull and bones type yell? Remember? The intel guy, well, basically they were protesting against the, I guess, a firing of a professor. They were protesting the firing of a professor, right? And they were wearing all white. So is that connected to these people in Congress? I do believe it is. I do believe it's a sign. They're working for, if you will. Could you imagine how many people has been subverted because their budget is more than the majority of countries in the entire world? Okay, what about Admiral Byrd? Admiral Byrd. My dad said he shook hands with Admiral Byrd. You know, Admiral Byrd later on, even though he was really old, he was already retired. He was an observer during Operation Deep Freeze, an observer, right? Now we're talking about, my dad went 3 times. We're talking about Operation Deep Freeze that happened. Remember, the summers in Antarctica is in our winters, right? And I think the summers, there's no daylight during the summers there, right? I can't remember that, but that's during our winter times. Their summertime, they're dark. I think a lot of months or a lot of weeks, and during the, actually when it's our summer, because we're in the North American continent of North America, right? That's the southernmost part of the southern hemisphere. So remember, certain things actually go counterclockwise. I forgot, I was reading this the other day, but some things in North America goes counterclockwise, and in the northern hemisphere it goes counterclockwise, and the southern hemisphere it goes clockwise, right? So I forgot what I was reading about, but I thought that was interesting as well. There's a lot of things out there, and you can pick up how Elijah was taken up, right? Let's see here. See if I can find that book. A Chariots of Fire. So people back there, just, normal people like myself, you know what I mean? We saw things that, so let me, before I click off this, Philip J. Corso, he's got that book, right? The Day After Roswell. So he also said he had firsthand knowledge of getting that alien technology and actually being part of reverse engineering it. And I guess there was a file cabinet in a section that was, top secret or whatever. And they started selling a lot of this stuff to General Douglas MacArthur was a chief of the Special Projects Branch of the Intelligence Division. A lot of that stuff was highly classified, right? So, unless you're actually there, if you're part of that operation, if you talk about it, you go to jail. Long time, GI. Long time, GI. You try to sell that information, you go to jail. Long time, GI. I told you so. Don't come over here spying around near me and trying to get me to give you money. You go to jail long time, and I don't want to be involved in it. Don't be trying to get me to print out some papers for you, GI. You're going to get in some serious trouble. I'm honorable. I'm an honorable man, and my family's honorable. I don't want any of that crime to come around our time, our area. The Day After Roswell. So that's the book I got. Okay, and I read it, and it's kind of funny. After a certain time, people forget everything. It's like that movie. What do you call that? Men in Black. After you see something, you see like a little guy with antennas and a bunch of, what do you call it? Tentacles on him. And you see that guy, and he's working with the Men in Black, and they say, "Okay, we need you to look into this light here," and boom, instantly. Oh, this guy was talking about some little alien dude with some antennas on his head and some tentacles. Well, you got to be kidding me. Come on, man. I was just joshing you. Let's go have a beer, right? That's the way it all is. Isn't it kind of funny how they think we're all crazy? You know, they got a good grip. They've been brought up in a very, very protective atmosphere, very, very protective, great parents, and Ivy League, Ivy School brothers and sisters, graduated top of their class. So Corso joined the Army in 1942. Corso served in Army intelligence in Europe, becoming chief of the U.S. Counterintelligence Corps in Rome. Okay, just a little bit about his background. So this guy talked about, so why did you say he was crazy too? Are you going to go after him? You're going to laugh. Okay, he's a liar. He's a grifter. He's a grifter. He's just selling books to make money. Yeah, I just read you. Okay, so back then, what was it? About 2,000 years ago. So they had anti-gravity travel, right? For Jesus. Jesus had anti-gravity travel, or they just beamed him up, right? And you saw him, and when he got into the clouds, he disappeared. So you don't know behind those clouds how he traveled to heaven to be with our Heavenly Father. So you don't believe any of that stuff at all, right? As like Close Encounters of the Fourth Kind? No, it's the same kind. Remember, we're created in our Heavenly Father's image, right? Let's see here. Let me see how else I can true witness here for everyone. Come on, all right. That it's just to keep you conspiracy theorists in line, so you don't break the laws and you don't false witness and you don't kill anybody. So that's just the king, keeping y'all in check so you don't do anything that's wrong. I work with those people. No, our forefathers, mothers came from that area. You don't think we don't know? They were believers, believe me. They were believers. That's how our nation was founded. So you don't like it? Go pound dirt somewhere else. bringing fire down. Second Kings, chapter 1, verse 3. But the angel of the Lord said to Elijah the Tishbite, Arise, go up to meet the messengers of the king of Samaria, and say unto them, It is not because there is not a God in Israel that ye go to inquire of Baalzebub, the Lord of the flies, the God of Ekron. Now therefore thus saith the Lord, Thou shalt not come down from that bed on which thou art gone up, but shalt surely die. And Elijah departed. Okay, so let me go to further on. I'm trying to find like Stitchens, the Chariots of Fire, right? I've had highly educated pastors explain perfectly the UFO, what we call the UFO, the standard like dish like type aircraft. So are you going to call all of us crazy? Chariots of Fire is a 1981 film. Wait a minute, hold on a second. That's a sports film. Hold on a second. In Bible. Might want to watch that movie as well. The term chariot of fire is a vivid biblical image that appears prominently in the Old Testament, specifically in the narrative of the prophet Elijah. The imagery is deeply symbolic and has been the subject of much theological reflection and interpretation with Christian tradition. But people have to, okay, they have to go, no, 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 you're going to lose a lot of followers. They're not going to believe in that. They're superstitious people. So don't talk about those UFOs out of the Bible. That's written about in the Bible. Don't talk about other travel, right? So, okay. And I talked about this, and see, there's another dimension that we're protected from seeing. There's a veil between us and that other dimension. And I talked about this before. Once when the king of Syria was warning against Israel, he took counsel with his servants. I don't want to read the whole thing, but go and read chapter 2 Kings chapter 6, verse 8 through 23. Hold on a second. Let me see where the reference is. So Elijah basically prayed to God to allow him to see that dimension, right? To allow his servant to see that dimension, because he was worried because the king of Syria had all these troops surrounding where they were. Okay, this is where. Okay, this is 2 Kings chapter 6, verse 15, starting with verse 15. When the servant of the man of God rose early in the morning and went out, behold, an army with horses and chariots was all around the city. That was from the king, sent by the king of Syria, remember? Remember, an army with horses and chariots was all around the city. That was their chariots, right? their technology, the technology of the king of Syria. Alas, my master, what shall we do? We're surrounded, right, by horses and chariots and an army, an entire army. An army with horses and chariots. What are we going to do? We're surrounded. He's asking Elijah, right? Do not be afraid. This is Elijah. For those who are with us are more than those who are with them. How many times have I told people, I didn't tell people or teach people that there are more of us than there are of them? Even if you just identify yourself as a Christian, there's at least 69% of us, the population inside the United States of America. That's why we're being attacked so hard, right? Abroad, economically, and everywhere else. 69% of American citizens identify themselves as Christians. Guess what? Satan and his rebellious angels that were kicked out, how many of those were with Satan? That was only a third. A third of those rebellious angels. So what was left, including God and those that were with God? Didn't disobey God? That's 66%. So 69% of Americans identify themselves as Christians. Remember, in God we trust is our motto, right? In God we trust is our motto. Okay, so back to reading. This is, okay. When the servant of the man of God rose early in the morning and went out, behold, an army with horses sent by the king of Syria and chariots was surrounding the city, around the city. And the servant said, alas, my master, what shall we do? Elijah said, the prophet Elijah, Elijah, do not be afraid, for those who are with them are more, who are with us are more than those who are with them. Then Elijah prayed. Though that was Elijah, not Elijah, right? Thank God. Okay, Steve, I guess you already left, so I'm about to finish reading these verses here. Apologize for that interruption. They, trying to take the channel down again. So what's new, right? Preempting and all that other garbage. So I thought this was Elijah. No, it's Elisha, right? He took the mantle from Elijah that was taken up, remember? And there's references of a UFO type vehicle that had capability of anti-gravity technology, right? Or able to travel interstellar travel or multiple dimension travel, right? So, oh Lord, please open his eyes that he may see. So the Lord opened the eyes of the young man, the servant of Elisha, right? And he saw, and behold, the mountain was full of horses and chariots of fire all around Elisha, protecting him. Okay, so where's the other part? The other part in the Bible that references highly technological interdimensional travel. Because I'm saying I'm not a multimillionaire. If I would people believe me more if I was a billionaire? Probably so. So anyways, I'm getting to a point here. I'm trying to make a point. Okay. Stand by. Okay. Now this is 2 Kings chapter 2 again. This is verse 1. When the Lord was about to take Elijah up to heaven in a whirlwind, Elijah and Elisha were on their way from Gilgal. Elijah said to Elisha, "Stay here. The Lord has sent me to Bethel." But Elijah said, "As surely as the Lord lives and as you live, I will not leave you." So they went down to Bethel. The company of the prophets of Bethel came out to Elijah and asked, "Do you know that the Lord is going to take your master from you today?" "Yes, I know," Elijah replied, "so be quiet." Then Elijah said to him, "Stay here, Elijah. The Lord has sent me to Jericho." And he replied, "Surely as the Lord lives and as you live, I will not leave you." So they went to Jericho. The company of the prophets at Jericho went up to Elijah and asked him, "Do you know that the Lord is going to take your master from you today?" "Yes, I know," he replied, "so be quiet." Then Elijah said to him, "Stay here. The Lord has sent me to the Jordan." And he replied, "As surely as the Lord lives and as you live, I will not leave you." So the two of them walked on. 50 men from the company of the prophets went and stood at a distance, facing the place where Elijah and Elisha had stopped at the Jordan. Elijah took his cloak, rolled it up, and struck the water with it. The water divided into the right and to the left, and the two of them crossed over on dry ground. When they had crossed, Elijah said to Elisha, "Tell me, what can I do for you before I am taken from you?" "Let me inherit a double portion of your spirit," Elisha replied. "You have asked a difficult thing," Elijah said. "Yet if you see me when I am taken from you, going up," and like being amazed, right? As far as area or Acts chapter 1, that area that Yeshua or Jesus was taken up, and they were amazed, remember? So they saw it, right? "You had asked a difficult thing," Elijah said. "Yet if you see me when I am taken from you, it will be yours. Otherwise, it will not." As they were walking along and talking together, suddenly a chariot of fire and horses of fire appeared and separated the two of them. And Elijah went up to heaven in a whirlwind. Elisha saw this and cried out, my father, the chariots and horsemen of Israel." And Elijah saw him no more. Then he took hold of his garment and tore it in two. Elijah then picked up Elijah's cloak that had fallen from him and went back and stood on the bank of the Jordan. He took the cloak that had fallen from Elijah and struck the water with it. "Where now is the Lord, the God of Elijah?" he asked. When he struck the water, it divided to the right and to the left, and he crossed over. So again, people witnessing this very, very advanced technology. They saw, actually, they witnessed Jesus being taken up into the clouds, right? And they said, the angel said in white, right? They said he's going to return the same way he left, right? So that's a prophecy of the second advent. And we'll talk about that and basically back it up from Matthew chapter 24. So Elijah was taken up by what Elijah termed to be chariots of fire. So you know what a aircraft has, you know, what the aircraft had in the 20th century and they have now? Well, when they take off, right, they can take off straight up, but what can you see? You can see fire. And what do they sound like when they take off? They sound like a stampede or chariots, like chariots, a bunch of chariots flying by or walking by. So they could only explain that technology because they did not have access to that technology at the time. They were only given technology that was advanced if it was approved to give to them, right? So that's possible why we have gatekeepers now and limiting some of the technology that is already there, and they know it's there, right? So now if you read, especially if you read they call it apocrypha, right? It's not approved by the Second Council of Nicaea, by Pontius Pilate, or it's not approved by the Church of Rome, whatever, Roman Catholics in the Church of Rome, meaning the Pope and that kind of thing. If they do not basically give the go ahead, they're going to keep a lot of that technology secret, and they don't want us to see it. But they're watching too, right? They're watching too. They even have they have a huge telescope. I believe they call it what, Lucifer, at the Vatican. So, anyways, let's go to back up Acts chapter 1 and that witness there. What's going to happen? Remember how he left? He disappeared in the clouds, remember? Now, I've been on the North Sea during operations working with the Danish government, and I've actually watched Danish pilots, F-16 pilots, actually fly straight up vertical as you can get, right? Straight up vertical. And actually punch a hole through the clouds. And it allowed sunshine to come through the clouds. So, see, when they took up, right, Yeshua was taken up, it seems to be that was even a higher technologically advanced aircraft that took him up. It seemed like, okay, far as what we have, far as in description. Now, I'd like to have that translated from Greek, not from Greek into English. I would like to hear the Hebrew version of that translation of Acts chapter 1, far as Jesus being taken up into the clouds and disappearing out of their sight. So, in that same manner, so don't be amazed, because when he returns, he's going to come in like manner. So, Let's go to 24, Matthew chapter 24. Oh, this RH guy, he's crazy. He's a nutcase, right? He's a danger to himself and others. Yeehaw! Yeehaw! Not supposed to be a politician. Maybe I'm not supposed to be either. I'm not a politician, so thank God I have free speech. I actually had a place marker here. I'll start with a new paragraph in Matthew chapter 24, verse starting with 29. Immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens shall be shaken. And then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven. And then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn. And then they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. Now, will it look like a chariot of fire? Right? Since we've seen the 21st century technology that we believe was reverse engineered, right? Could have been by the bad angels, right? The fallen ones. Maybe they tapped into that evil spirit and they were basically taught those technologies. But anyways, yeah, I have an imagination, and to basically help keep America safe as far as national security and ways that these evil people operate. If you don't understand those ways, you don't have an imagination, you're only going to hamper our national security. If you say, oh, that RH, he's crazy, right? Well, don't listen to a word he says. We'll be on to you. Because I have no reason to lie. I have no reason. Remember, I'm not monetized for a reason. I'm not monetized for a reason. Because they call some people in this community grifters. So may be a time that I do want to become monetized, because is that fair? That I work hours and hours and hours trying to save lives and not get a single cent for it? How many people out there do you know would do this as like a freelance investigative journalist on his own since 2008 and not get a single penny for doing it? Well, that's fine. You don't have to pay me. That's the way I set it up. So I can share. I wouldn't be beholden to anybody. Now, it'd be great to have sponsors and all that stuff, but I'm not set up for it, and maybe one day I will. So if an individual said he's born from extraterrestrials, that goes, I know how you start to get a little bit nervous and that kind of thing, and attack other people that may want to support something that the guy's putting out there to help us with our, health problems or whatever. You want to do that? Fine. Hey, that's on you. I don't support personal attacks. If you don't know the guy, if he's had problems before in his past, you don't know the whole life story of certain individuals. So what about Nassar Gassar? I don't know. It looks like that's where it could be going. Could you imagine if we were able to cash in? Now, that stuff is highly top secret, right? Remember, I read that Charles de Gaulle, the president of France, what he did. Remember that article I read? Let me see here. I'm gonna share y'all the article again. This is an article from Time Magazine titled "Money de Gaulle," Gaulle, D Gaulle, V versus V period the dollar. Okay. Now I'm gonna fast forward here again. Now this article was written by Time Magazine back in February 12th of 1965. Remember, that's almost 2 years after they murdered President Kennedy. They, not the lone wolf BS, Lee Harvey Oswald. You know, and who put out the information that that ISIS operative in the Philippines basically had a photograph of Lee Harvey Oswald on the social media page? Okay, you can believe what you want. Just another quinky dink, right? Okay, I'm going to read this. President Johnson faces the unpleasant task of producing what he calls strong and specific actions to deal with a persistent U.S. balance of payments deficit, a problem intimately related to gold. Remember, President Trump today told the press that there was, I think there was $40 or $50 billion surplus, you know, not a deficit. I think it was 35 billion or whatever. You have to look it up. But anyways, he said it was the first time in decades that we had a surplus, right? A government surplus. And that was due to the tariffs, right? So guess what? Okay, let's read this right now. The drained President Johnson faces the unpleasant task of producing what he calls strong and specific actions to deal with a persistent U.S. balance of payments deficit, a problem ultimately related to gold. The president's advisors are still debating just how strong these imminent measures should be. There is a growing awareness heightened by de Gaulle's offensive that past attempts to close the payment gap have been mere palliatives, and the problem has begun to undermine U.S. influence around the globe. Just before de Gaulle spoke, Treasury Secretary Douglas Dillon made the first public admission that the U.S. payments deficit in 1964 moved higher than anyone had expected. It totaled about $3 billion deficit, right? The payments deficit, all of which the U.S. is legally committed to exchange for U.S. gold on demand. The Federal Reserve announced that the U.S. gold supply declined last week by $100 million to a 26-year low of $15.1 billion. Okay? Remember, that was last week. That was the first week of February of 1965. Okay? So the gold supply in Fort Knox or wherever they stored it, the Federal Reserve, maybe, declined by $100 million. And remember, back then, gold wasn't worth over $3,000 an ounce. It was worth about $35 an ounce. Okay? France converted $150 million into gold last month. Plans another $150 million conversion soon. Following the lead Spain has quietly exchanged 60 million of its dollar reserves for U.S. gold. 60 million of its dollar reserves for U.S. gold. So France and Spain was dumping all their dollars, right, into gold because they didn't want the dollars, right? They'd rather have gold. To free more gold to meeting, and they wanted to basically take down our economy. To free more gold to meeting rising demands. So what do y'all think if President Trump goes on the gold standard, right? What do you think China, with all those, what do you call it, treasury certificates and all those dollars they've been saving, waiting for the day? What do you think they're going to do? What do you think Russia's going to do with all their dollars? What do you think the EU is going to do with all their dollars? Probably. Well, they got the euro, right? So would it make sense for the EU that has the same basically the same GDP as the United States does? About what? $28 trillion GDP. So if they trade in all their gold, all their dollars for gold, guess what? And they back their currency. What's it going to do to us? It's going to destroy us. Remember, the US dollar, I already talked about what I like to see happen. I like that we go to the, what do you call it? Hold on a second. I hope they have that other page. It was called the American dollar, remember? I talked about it a couple other nights. Okay. I have to find that paper because it's very important. I'm just warning people. Look at where the value of that gold is now that you've got. So what, a lot of people they got diverse portfolios. What do you think? Wow, we don't just have all that gold in Fort Knox, but we have about 100,000 tons of gold. What would you think would happen if we actually had about 100,000 tons of gold that we got from where? Okay, let me go in. Remember word association. You can even say Senate associations. Man, we're not. Remember the first. Man, if I had it there, why shouldn't it be? Good, found it. Okay, I want to go back because there's only 100 and basically there's only 100 and let's see, 190 and 190. There's only 380,000 pounds of gold worldwide, right? So what do you think would happen if we had half of that gold? What would happen to the price of gold? Remember, supply versus demand. If there's more supply at the current price of over 3,000 an ounce, what would happen if the supply became so vast and we found out we had all this gold? What would happen? Well, because a lot of people have all that, you know, they bought in. They didn't buy in at like a couple $100 an ounce, or maybe $500 an ounce back in maybe in the 80s or whatever, or 90s or early 2000s, whatever it was back then. You bought in at like over $3,000 an ounce, expecting it to basically skyrocket some more. I mean, yeah, gold is tangible as far as things you can do. You can make jewelry out of, but is that jewelry really a need? What about your wedding rings, right? Gold wedding rings, right? There's a need for that, right? It's really a want, because do you really need that? Back in the day, you used to wrap a what do you call that? They used to wrap a bracelet around your wrist of the woman, right? Like a cloth bracelet. So I want us to go back to a congressionally approved currency, like the very first American banknote that basically was issued by the New York company, right? So the first sheets of our currency, the currency that was issued to citizens on August 26th, 1861, we should have a celebration in August on the 26th of 1861 for us going back to the American banknotes. Okay? So the first sheets of currency, 4 notes per sheet, were delivered to the Treasury Department on August 23rd, 1861. So the citizens, when they got those notes, or the bank actually had to get a paper cutter and divide up those 4 notes per sheet. On the front side was the beautiful note. I shared that before. You can look it up yourself. It's the backside was in green ink. There's a bunch of X's on it, right? So that was called greenbacks, right? The first congressional authorized currency wasn't until August 23rd of 1861, delivered to the Treasury Department on August 23rd, 1861. And okay, they're about to, looks like the take. Okay, for the people that are still here listening, that may not, or are still here listening, that didn't know. So there's 380,000 tons of gold in the world. Estimated number of gold. Yeah, it could be a little bit over, a little bit under, but that's what I found in my research. So how many tons do you think the United States has? How many tons do you think the European Union has? Since the United Kingdom left the European Union, how many United Kingdom left the European Union? How many tons of gold do you think the European Union has? How many tons of gold do you think Saudi Arabia has, or Russia has? So don't you think that they would basically dump all of their dollars as soon as we got back on the gold back currency? And guess what? Making Fort Knox empty again. So they're not showing us this for a very good reason. They're not even letting the president of the United States go into Fort Knox. Okay. Why do I believe that's, what's the reason for that? What do you think? What do you think I believe is the reason for that? Okay, I've been reading it. Spain has quietly, remember, France converted all their dollars into gold, right? Spain has quietly exchanged 60. This is going back to 1965. So we have the history of this. If you fail to learn from history, you're doomed to repeat it. Spain has quietly exchanged 60 million of its dollar reserves for U.S. gold, the biggest such transaction of the Franco area. Franco, you know what Franco is basically means? Free. Free. To free more gold to meet rising demand, a congressional committee last week approved President Johnson's proposal to eliminate the 25% gold backing now legally required for deposits held in the Federal Reserve System. Held where? Eliminate 25% gold backing now legally required for deposits held in the Federal Reserve System. But concern is growing in Washington that nations that have so far refrained from converting dollars out of consideration for the U.S. may cash them in for gold once the extra bullion becomes available, and thus send still more gold-laden truckloads rolling out of Fort Knox. Okay? So who's been trying to crash our economy? Who went out there and stopped our energy independence, right? Who was really behind that auto pen, right? Who was doing things, destroyed our energy independence, got us back into the Paris Climate Accord Ponzi slush fund of taking $1 trillion from American taxpayers in 10 years, the course of 10 years, $100 billion a year. So did they soak American taxpayers for $400 billion then during a Biden's third term? They put us back on that, put us back in that joint partnership with who? China. Okay? All right, people. We got so much information. Those that led the facilitated and directed the invasion and everything else to destroy our country, these people and those that put together the broader criminal conspiracy to overthrow our duly elected government, they already had that in place in 2016 before President Trump ever got in office. We already know what they've done. The longer that these murderers, we're talking literally, they're at least co-conspirators to mass murder. When you're thinking about the border being wide open for 4 years, they allowed the invasion and the domestic violence during the summer of love and all this domestic violence now. Who do you think is behind it? They're fighting for their democracy. Remember? They're fighting for their democracy. They're fighting for their democracy because remember, Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution states, United States shall guarantee to each state in this union a republican form of government and against invasion and against domestic violence. They facilitated and directed all of it for their own personal benefit, breaking the law, breaking major laws. An invasion whoever facilitated and directed that are treasonous. They should go before military tribunals so they can't play these stupid games, right? I'm going to plead the fifth. I heard it from a friend who heard it from another friend who been messing around, right? That's Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution. This is like low-hanging fruit for these people to be arrested. They're at minimum co-conspirators. When you think about the fentanyl coming across the border, just that alone, killing hundreds of thousands of people a year, 100,000 people a year, you think about that in 4 years. So they're accessories. Okay? Remember Acorn. Remember, even CNN put out an article. You can go read it yourself. Acorn was behind putting together thousands of fraudulent registrations. Registrations, you think, for what? The papers, too, right? To fill out those pieces of papers. Remember, you put them in a machine. You carry your piece of paper with your markings up or down. You put it in a folder. You walk it over the machine. They tell you to insert it into that machine, right? Fraudulent, counterfeit. $18.61. That was currency of Abraham Lincoln, right? United States, the Union. See, the Confederate States of America, the CSA currency was not backed by any hard standard, but rather by a promise of repayment upon independence. Both coins and banknotes were created for the fledgling Confederate States of America, who was led by a Democrat president, right? A lot of people fail to remember this. That's their democracy. Both coins and banknotes were created for the fledgling Confederate States of America. Banknotes were nicknamed graybacks, associated with the gray color of the South's military uniform, all authentic. Confederate paper money is hand signed. The $1,000 note was the largest bill issued by the Confederacy, and the smallest was a 50-cent note. The paper may age and darken with time and use. In late 1864, one Confederate dollar was worth just 3 cents in U.S. currency. Think about that. And think what they'd have done with all their, if they had a U.S. American banknotes, they would turn them in for what? I guess, I don't know. I guess you couldn't. I don't think that was gold backed because it kind of like traded gold separately. So, anyways, I have to look at it a little bit more. I don't know if that's accurate or not. Shouldn't have made that statement, but could you imagine that? Could you imagine our currency only be worth 3 cents on a dollar? 1864, before the end of the war. One Confederate dollar was worth just 3 cents in U.S. currency. You know, I know a lot of people were caught up in that. They're just victims of circumstance. They were not bad people at all. And I don't believe that war should ever happen. I believe they should, whoever was behind the Fort Sumter killing or whatever, they should have held those individuals accountable. Fundable in 8% stock or bonds of the Confederate States. Okay. Well, America's first 7 presidents were neither Democrats nor Republicans. First President George Washington, who detested the very idea of partisan politics, belonged to no party. John Adams, our second president, was a Federalist, America's first political party. Third through 6th presidents, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, James Monroe, John Quincy Adams, were all members of the Democrat-Republican Party, which later splintered to become the modern Democrat Party and the Whig Party. I don't see very many Democrats wearing wigs. Andrew Jackson, the 7th president, elected in 1828 and again in 1832, War of 1812, General and 7th Democrat President Andrew Jackson served 2 terms lasting from 1829 to 1837. Let me see when Article 4, Section 4 was basically entered in the Constitution. First became law. Became law. Very important. Fourth article. Jeez. Article 4, not amendment. Bear with me. So Article 4, Section 4 of the U.S. Constitution, which guarantees federal intervention in times of anti-Republican rebellion and invasion, both foreign and domestic, was signed in convention on November 17, 1787, and ratified by the states on June 21st, 1788. So, you know, this was specifically that Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution, which became law 17 September 17th, 1787. It became in law to stop the invasions into our country, either foreign or domestic invasions, right? And to stop domestic violence. Rebellion. And that's what they're doing on the streets right now. You know, so the president has all the authority as, the executive president, executive boss of the United States, right? He's like the CEO, right? By this authority, under Article 4, Section 4, he could have those people arrested for treason that helped facilitate and direct the invasion into our country. Okay? It was to stop also mob rules democracy, where they put together these violent crowds and interstate and create and set up interstate riots around our country, right? They could be arrested right now for those that were behind it. Yeah, everybody's got a right to free speech, but you don't got a right to stop our free passage. Like if we're going down the interstate and blocking us and throwing bricks and all that other garbage, burning down cities. That's the reason why Article 4, Section 4 of our Constitution was written. Okay? I don't know if they amended it or added a little bit to it, but this is what they said it was on September 17th of 1787. Okay, I have to look at the history of this now. Let me see if because I'm looking for the history, and these people have a great, there's a lot of people behind this because they're being paid. You look down on this one article, it says, as far as the search results, U.S. Constitution, Article 4, right? And you can't even see Section 4. It's blanked out. You got to click on it to bring it up. The United States shall guarantee to every state in this union a republican form of government and shall protect each of them against invasion. And on application of the legislature or of the executive when the legislature cannot be convened against domestic violence. So California, they made a sanctuary state so they can basically help facilitate an invasion into our country and all that violence that ensued. Because the government, the federal government, that's their job, to enforce the law in each state. If the governors don't want to enforce the law in each state, or their own Congress doesn't want to force the law in each of their state, then the federal government has to take over to help keep us all safe, because that's the CEO of our country's primary duty, right? Let's go back to these uprisings, these mob rules democracy. This was written specifically for the Democrats, right? Specifically for those that rebelled against Republicans, whether there's citizens that vote Republican or whatever. Look what they're doing all over again. They're repeating history. Oh, well, all right, you make a good point there. How many times have I read that Article 4, Section 4? It's sad. So this was when it was first written and the purpose for it. That they're going to go, these so-called judges, right, that's supposed to base their opinions off the Constitution, they're going to go back, well, the the Constitution is a living document, and we can basically change it anytime we feel like it, right? The Constitution was never dead. They're dead to the Constitution because they ain't got enough life in them. They even support pro-death causes. And I'm saying that trying not to be like from politically biased. Article 4, Section 4 of the U.S. Constitution, which guarantees federal intervention in times of anti-republican rebellion and invasion, both foreign and domestic. Rebellion against invasion, both foreign and domestic violence, was signed in convention on September 17, 1787, and ratified by the states on June 21st, 1788. Okay, now I'm not false witnessing. Better watch out with that Democrat paper money, right? And that's what they enrich themselves with. You got these congressional representatives that are multimillionaires now. Nothing wrong with being a millionaire. It's how you got your money. The president of the Confederate States was the head of the state and head of government of the unrecognized breakaway Confederate States. The president was the chief executive of the federal government and commander in chief of the Confederate Army and Navy. Article 2 of the Constitution of the Confederate States vested the executive power of the Confederacy in the president. The power included executive execution of law, along with responsibility of appointing executive, diplomatic, regulatory, and judicial officers, and concluding treaties with foreign powers with advice and consent of the Senate. He was further empowered to grant reprieves and pardons and convene and adjourn either or both houses of Congress under extraordinary circumstances. Okay. Jefferson Davis belonged to the Democrat Party. He was a Democrat. Okay. Now, Jefferson Davis should have got with Abraham Lincoln and basically signed a peace agreement and held those people accountable for Fort Sumter or any other murders that occurred. Those people need to be held accountable. You don't hold the entire country accountable. And, far as Emancipation Proclamation, that's in the Bible. That was in the Declaration of Independence. Remember? Let me read the text because I don't want to mess up, right? And get kind of tired and haven't had supper yet. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. All men. No matter your skin color, right? Or your status or your, how much money you got, how many mansions you have. Hey, more power to you. If you got the money, that's the American way of life. You're living out the American dream. More power to you. That all men are created equal. That they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. That among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Okay? I don't want to go through and read the entire Declaration of Independence, but, it's right here. We hold these truths to be self-evident. I'm pretty sure Martin Luther King, Dr. Martin Luther King read that many times. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men, even RH, is created equal. Even if you think he hears voices, you think he's a nutcase, whatever. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that amongst these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Okay, remember, in God we trust. In God we trust. Be on the right team. Want to know about team spirit? That's John chapter 17. I can't put it any more plainly. John chapter 17. We should all be on the same team. And in God we trust. Everyone else, we got to trust but verify. With that said, good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. This ends the live stream. God bless.